So the Rosicrucians understand that by doing the 6 basic exercises first, we're activating the heart to become the organizing center for the entire body of energy, which is of incredibly significant impact for people's spiritual development. So that whatever else they're doing to activate things in their energy body, which again we're doing all the time through our thoughts, our feelings, our actions, is all getting harmonized and coordinated with this type of vortex center of the chakra of the heart being fully active and then organizing and coordinating everything throughout the body of energy. And again, the beginning of it is those mindfulness consciousness practices that then link to our earlier topic. So now we see how that's now developing into a specific system in one particular tradition, in this case the Rosicrucian, that understands these other things contextually for why are we doing this.
Right, as we walk through our life and we go in the process of self-actualization, clearing out a lot of the stuff, become more healthy, clear, we have the power and capacity for this illuminated will to arise within our life. And so what is that for people that don't understand or aren't familiar with that?
So again, I think we can understand it in context as part of the 3 primary centers with the consciousness and the heart forces of the emotional life, and then the dynamic life forces of the body, and how that manifests behind every action that we take.
So we are going to try to be rational and fragmented to deal with things that are supra-rational and holistic. Let us be clear, though. Even though psychology explicitly in ancient Egypt does not exist, it is important to realize that man was viewed as the fundamental metaphor for all higher truth. The gods, the netters, I don't want to get into this, but netters is a better word, because those who have attempted to understand ancient Kemet speak of them as having a pantheon. Pantheon is a Greek concept. They were the ones who made the principles of nature that they had learned from the Kemetic people into separate gods and worshiped them as separate deities, whereas the concept of netters does not mean gods, it means principles that were personified and symbolized because they transcended the scientific objective definitions that somehow could fit into a narrow perspective, so they were giving a mythical appearance to try to describe the intricacies of nature working above and beyond all that was there. The understanding of man was viewed as paramount in the science, the wisdom, and the theology of ancient Egypt. The study of religion and science, mathematics, psychology, and government was the study of man. You know, it is not accidental, even though, given the kind of limited understanding we have of these things, we've come to think of things like astrology and alchemy and numerology as being superstition. It simply represented that those people understood that you could not talk about mathematics without talking about man. Therefore, numerology talked about the relationship between symbolic quantification and human evolution. Alchemy talked about the connection between the transformation of processes and minerals in nature with the transformative potential in the human psyche. So alchemy transcends chemistry. It is not less than, it is greater than. Of course, when the materialist Europeans got a hold to it, they wanted to begin to use it to make gold out of lead and all that other kind of wild stuff. But that again represents naughty students who didn't learn well, rather than the meaning of the science itself, astrology. As Dr. Van Sertima pointed out last night in his presentation, the study of the stars, astronomy, was talking about the relationship between human process and celestial process, recognizing a connection between the two and the inseparability of the two, understanding that human development and astral development were all allied and related, and therefore the evolution of mind was related to the evolution of the heavens, and the movement and the timing and the consistency of nature was integral to understanding the development of mind. So alchemy, astrology, numerology, we must rediscover in their certain form. I'm talking about the stuff that they stole that from and reduced to nothingness. So we now throw out the most essential part of our wisdom because we've lost the connectedness that belongs to our own science.
Even in the corporate arena itself. Let's say you have a black man and a black woman. Same education, and they hold the same position in this company, the same level position. If there comes a higher position open, this corporation will be more inclined to give that position to that black woman. The reason being, A, they know she's a woman. B, they know she's a black woman. Now, the corporation does know what the black woman is capable of. However, they know that the black woman doesn't know what she is capable of. Now, this process of intentionally expelling the black man from these higher jobs or the higher paying brackets affects the black family as a whole. Since the female doesn't have as much respect for her black man who doesn't make as much money, it causes dissension in the home. The two people seldom will be able to get along, and oftentimes the relationship breaks up. However, that man has sons and daughters at home. Now, taking the daughters for instance, they're growing up without that positive male role model, and they're ending up in a cycle that is unproductive and unhealthy for them. Dr. Welsing will go into that right now.
You see where somebody might be 23 years old and 6 children, and all the children by a different father. Yes. Because a person is trying to connect without understanding and hoping that the next person is going to love them. Yep. And be a husband and a father, but not having enough self-respect. I mean, after a decade of conditioning black females to call themselves bitches and hoes, and black females calling themselves bitches and hoes, the same brain computer is not going to say, you have high value. You see, but none of this is discussed. Now, this is longing, father hunger. And it's not because the fathers are bad people or the mothers are bad people or the children are bad people. We are not taught to understand the system of racism, white supremacy. You see, it would be just like putting somebody on the football field and giving them a tennis racket and wondering why their behavior looks crazy on the football field. Well, they have been deceived and lied to as to what is actually going on. It's like being on the football field where you don't understand the intricacies of play. And so somebody is always getting over on you. Yep. Because you don't understand what the subtleties of play and the signals, you don't understand any of this. Yep. And so your team keeps losing. And so your team keeps losing. And so your team keeps losing. You have to go to the context. You cannot understand behavior if you don't understand the power context in which it occurs. Well, it's not black women, it's the system of racism, white supremacy. Do you see, but if people are afraid to talk about the system or look at the system, then black men and women start squabbling with each other.
Yeah.
You see, but it's really the system of racism, white supremacy that says, you know, there's only going to be one man, and that's the white man.
Yeah.
And everybody else is going to be boy. If you read the ISIS papers and I decoded the language of motherfucker, well, in other words, there are 5 people categories. Again, the system of racism, white supremacy is the power construct that is determining the behavior that takes place within the power construct. Okay. And so if we say, and this is the language of black people, here comes the man, that does not mean my father.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean a black man. The man is an isolating article, meaning the only one. It's not a man. Here comes the man.
Yes.
Do you see? That means any other male has to be one of the 4 remaining categories. Woman, boy, or girl, since man is out. Or baby. Man, woman, boy, girl, baby. So black men fought historically. In other words, the man is out because that's the white man. Because most people don't walk around saying, I recognize that I'm a victim of racism, white supremacy, and that I am relatively powerless compared to white. And so the language comes out in a symbolic form of motherfucker. There's no such thing as behavior just occurring on its own.
Right.
You have to look at what are the influences, what are the external influences,
right?
The powerful external influences. So I was saying that the remaining categories are woman, girl, boy, baby. So don't call me a boy. That means white supremacy. Basically, you'll say, well, then you've got 3 choices. You've got girl, woman, baby. Up until recently, girl and woman are out. But baby, so black women have called black men babies, and black men have called black women mama, and called the place where they sleep a crib. And so a man who calls another man the man, calls himself baby, calls the woman he sleeps with mama, will call himself a motherfucker. So that term translates meaning powerless. Do you see where my kind of psychiatry is like you look at the pieces and add them up? This is the reason for, or the importance of analysis. Do you see? But the slave is not the reason why. The slave is but to do or die. Okay. And so black people have not been, in other words, if black people were given the image of white male as God, and, it was called Jesus.
Yeah.
And that this is who you look to solve your problems.
Well, yeah.
Do you see? Because the slave is not supposed to be reading or reasoning, well, what actually is going on here? Do you see? What you're supposed to be doing is singing and praise, just having you shout and sing and shout and sing and shout and sing, and not think. Do you see? So the point of having an analysis so that people begin to understand, so that they can say, oh, now I understand. Because once I understand, then I can modify my behavior.
But we ain't even spoke on ISIS or Offset yet. You understand? which is connected to the memory. You understand? Yes, and as well as the moon, as far as alignment is concerned. Because I mentioned to you about the original from before even the emergence of the three and the one and the one as the three. It was originally 8. Yes, even before the creation. Right? And I'm gonna read. Let me read to you what those are, so that you kind of like be able to just kind of like hear me say it in what I've been saying. And that's why I'm saying what I'm saying right now, because it's like you'll be able to kind of like at least be able to just, you feel me, just like subtly merge the importances of how it all kind of, you know what I mean, harmonizes or whatever. You know, the reason I'm actually mentioning the old dude, as I'm actually re-bringing it up, is because of the balance, right? It actually is representing the union, right? Within the union, before the balance, or before the fluctuation, or whatever fluctuations. The fluctuations already exist in the balance between these original and initial unions, even before the 3 and the 1 and the 1 as the 3. Being that that the old dude in itself consists of 4 pairs of male deities and 4 matching female deities with abstract names such as darkness and absence and endlessness. But it's all within the yet revealed, or the yet manifested, so to speak. And that's the whole idea, is that there's always as above, so below. Basically, whatever's happening on the exterior is unavoidably a result of what is going on the internal. And that is the principle and the lesson of how it correlates to the 2 sides of the main joint, you know what I mean? So yeah, let me find this little joint real quick, tell you what the names is. Coquette and Coquette. Let me try to find it real quick. I'm supposed to know this shit by heart. The eightfold, is what it is. The primordial deities worshipped at Hermopolis. Like remember I was saying about Hermes, right? That's how we even got on the subject of deities in the first place, because of the Hermetic principles and the origin of how was I talking about the Hermetic? Oh, alchemy, basically, and where the original name of Egypt was Kemet, and the Kem meaning black, and how that's related to Hermes. Yes, so the names Nu or Nun and Nonet, Kik, Kirikit, Kekut, and Keku and Kekut, and because when you add a T, that's actually the feminine denomination. Hehu and Hehut. Hehu or He is infinity, and then Hehut would be eternity, right? Hohet is eternity, and He or Ho is the idea of infinity. So that's kind of like, I really fuck with that, because it's like it's the same thing, but it's its own thing in whatever else it is. But I love the way they put it, because both eternity and infinity, like maybe fate and destiny, are very distinct in their relation and how they relate, even though they're not exactly the same idea. there's not much that will come between them that will take the place of the two sides of whatever it is that they're even referring to in their relation or contrast, right? It's like I could think of eternity and infinity, and then I could say forever, but that's really more like infinity. If I say eternity, then I could say maybe paradise, and that's more like eternity than it is infinity. So it's just really interesting. It's just kind of cold how they did it, but that's that one. I'm looking for this list of all of what they are. So I can tell you real quick. I'm just really wanting to refresh my memory too real quickly about this, what it is. The old dude name is Old Dude Eightfold. Invisibility and darkness, right? So it's like now see they'll couple them together as meaning the same thing, but the feminine and masculine principle of it kind of like sheds different angles on the same sort of what they're saying, just to be specific. Yeah, man. It's hard to find, bro. Internet been changing on this. Yeah, it's not gonna tell you. You know what? I gotta write them down. You know what? I gotta go to my own fucking notes just to tell you this shit. Hold on.
And they'll then, as far as functional centers of the body, refer to the head center as the nerve sense center. They'll refer to the middle dantian, the heart center, as the rhythmic center, because there's a rhythm that's maintained in the human body that's essential for life in both the respiration rate of the lungs and the pulsation of the heart. And then in the lower abdomen, they call it the metabolic limb system, because that's everything to do with our metabolism, our dynamic life force and vitality, and how it gets expressed through our actions, through the movement of the limbs. So when we see it from that perspective, we can also add in another perspective. There's a particular meditation that I do in some courses to activate the three centers with their core function. And so we refer then to the function of the head center, the consciousness center, as the function of light, because consciousness is light. When light gets turned inside out and we experience light internally, we experience consciousness. When consciousness gets turned inside out to be expressed externally, it becomes light. Light and consciousness are the exact same thing. So this is the center of light. Then for the forces of the middle dantian, those are the forces of love. So we have light, love, and love is the force that allows us to unite our essence with another person. It's that force of pulling us magnetically toward another person to be able to have two become one and return back to the one, the divine state. It can only be done through the heart forces, the force of love. Then the lower abdominal forces are life. They are the life forces. They are what animate the physical body and make us alive, and are behind every action we take in the world, which also generates karma. So we have light, love, and life as the three centers. So when we talk about the illuminated will, we're talking about those forces that are connected to the lower abdomen, the metabolic limb forces, the ability to take action in our life, the ability to take action in the world to transform the world around us. And so illuminated will is really bringing together all of these centers where we have the clear consciousness, the clear understanding of the upper dantian, the loving kindness connection to all that lives from the love heart center, and then the ability to take action through the limbs and other actions in the world through the lower dantian. So illuminated will has to be illuminated with light and with love. So it really is a coding for activating all three centers together and then it being expressed.
Sign me up. Sounds great.
So
And now many people are going to, who had no intent of studying more about the Passover, the Christian crucifixion period. Many people who thought that it is Rome that had given them, most of us in here, and most of us outside of here, believe that we became Christians because we were lucky to be in slavery in one Western colonial power or another. Very few of us have any idea that even Christianity started on African soil. We knew, and I'm not dealing with the principles that were adopted. I am talking about Christianity itself physically started in a place called Alexandria with Pantius and Boetius, two Egyptians, Africans of Egypt, using Greek name because at that time Greek was the language most common in Egypt. And I want you to remind yourself to look at a map, because Egypt, the last time I said a month ago, was still in Africa, even though I heard it's in a place called Middle East. But it was Pantius and Boetius who started when they revolted from the synagogue and started an extension of what was a teaching that preceded Jesus by more than 4,000 years. Thus, when you see Jesus, you are seeing the rebirth of a person that existed 4,100 years before Jesus and Mary. If you call Mary Isis, and that's a Greek word, let us say Aset, or Ast, and you call Jesus Heru, or you want to use the Greek word Horus, and then you call Jehovah Asaru or Asara, you will speak about three personalities or deities who gave you your Jesus figure. If you would take the story of those three Africans along the Nile, add 4,000 years to your Jesus, 6,000 years ago then, you will have Christianity before Christ. That is hard to understand. What I'm saying to you is that when you go to Egypt with Sister Betty, I don't care who you go to Egypt with as long as you get there. Because when you get there, you've got to go to Abydos. That's where I am right now. I'm in the southern part of Egypt at a place called Abydos. I'm in the temple of Setai I. He is the king, the Pharaoh king, who was reigning in Egypt up to 1298 when he died. And in one of the chapels next to a Holy of Holies, this temple has 7 Holy of Holies, and next to the left one upon entering is a small chapel that showed the Immaculate Conception of Isis. The virgin birth of her child, Horus, 4,100. Not only that, you would be on the only holy land. I'm not talking about Jerusalem. I'm not talking about Bethlehem. And I'm certainly not talking about Mecca, the last of the holy lands. I am speaking about the first holy land mankind ever knew. What's sad about it is that it's your holy land I'm speaking about, and you know less about it than anybody else. Abydos was a holy land that the people of ancient time flocked and came to, no less so than people flock to go to Mount Ararat. But we have the truth, and we deal with truth, the one and only truth. Yet we don't know this truth, the first of the truths of all the religious concepts. Religious concept that we even carried all the way to India. Africans who carried it there now called untouchable. Yet they still call them Tumuls, T-U-M-U-L, and we call them Dravidians. These same untouchables gave to India, the Indians of the north, the Bhagavad Gita, and gave them the concept of their own Bible.
It's hard to believe, but it's true. Their objective to send the people of the planet Earth to hell. The Negro is supposed to lead the way. This document shows that Alexander the Great ran clean through Asia Minor. Alexandria, Egypt is named after Alexander the Great. He messed up and destroyed the true teachings of the Buddhist books, the Pali Buddhism. He set up a semi-Hellenistic culture throughout northwest India. He made the Buddha statues to look like they were Greek instead of black. He went through Syria, through Saudi Arabia, changing the architecture, the science, and the art into a Hellenist-appearing doctrine. He affected all the religious teachings. He went through India. Alexander went through the entire planet Earth, if not him himself personally. The doctrine of Hellenism is now pervades throughout the planet Earth, and you can see here by this map, this ancient map of Asia. It shows with the swastika, which was the symbol of the Hellenists. The swastika and the cross shows you their influence. Ethiopia, which was called Hither India, it was part of Asia at that time. They separated it from Asia, and they show you the cross. Where you see the cross and the swastika is where the Aryan doctrine, the Hellenist doctrine, the doctrine that sent people to hell, where they were influenced, where they had the strongest influence on the planet Earth. They were able to destroy all the true teachings. There's no one who has the 100% true teachings that's able to come out with the true teachings on the planet Earth today, because they have a penalty of death for them. This is further India, Cambodia, Sambo Judasia, the land of the descendants of Sambo, the original man. You see the swastika. The Asian religious teachings has always been under attack. The European Hellenists went from one part of the earth to the other with the primary objective of sending the people of earth to hell.
You see, what happened was a Kabbalist came from the land of Israel to Spain, a man who had grown up in Israel. He came to Moses de Leon and he said, "You claim that you're copying from a book that was written a millennium ago in the land of Israel. I come from the land of Israel. We've never heard of this book. Show me the original." Moses de Leon said, "Meet me at my home in a few months and I'll show you the original." But by the time the man came to Moses de Leon's home, Moses de Leon had died. So this Kabbalist, who was somewhat skeptical, came to his wife, said to his wife, "Look, your husband promised me that he would show me the original of the Zohar from which he copied." And his wife replied, "I can't show you any such manuscript because my husband, quote, wrote what he did from his own mind. And when I saw him writing," his wife says, according to this third-hand account, "when I saw him writing without any material before him, I used to say to him, 'Why do you tell everybody you're copying from a book when you have no book and you're writing from your own head? Wouldn't it be better for you to say that the work was your own creation? Then you'd get more credit.'" According to this report, her husband de Leon told her, back when he was still alive, quote, "If I told them my secret and that what I wrote was my own invention, they wouldn't listen to my words and they wouldn't pay anything for them because they'd say I made it all up. But now when they hear that I'm copying passages for them from the Zohar, written under the influence of the Holy Spirit by Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, they pay a lot of money for them, as you can see." As you can see. This story may be an invention, but it's likely that financial considerations were also a factor in Moses de Leon's project. By attributing the work to the ancient Rabbi Shimon, Moses de Leon convinced many people to accept and respect the Zohar,
Within a few decades, few people dared to challenge the authority of the ancient Rabbi Shimon, son of Yochai, and the Zohar gradually became known as HaZohar HaKadosh, the Holy Zohar, often considered the third holiest book in all of Judaism, after the Bible and the Talmud. In fact, some people claim, Kabbalists claim, that in a sense it's the holiest book, because the Zohar is a commentary on the Torah, so it claims to show the deepest meaning, the mystical meaning of the Bible itself. It's really that dialectical relationship with the past, simultaneously new and ancient, that makes the Zohar so intriguing. It's firmly rooted in the Bible and the Midrash, but it thrives constantly on new discovery. We often hear interpretations in the Zohar introduced as follows: "This verse has already been discussed, but come and see. This verse has already been established, but come and see." The Zohar celebrates creativity. Maybe Moses de Leon picked up some of his enthusiasm for that from another Kabbalist, a man named Jacob ben Sheshet, Jacob the son of Sheshet, who says, "It's a mitzvah, it's a good deed for every wise person to innovate in Torah according to his capacity." In other words, it's a religious commandment to create new interpretations of Torah. That's really what is behind the Zohar's creativity. After one innovation, that Kabbalist Ben Sheshet says this, in which he brings a certain innovation, and then he says this: "Don't think that this is far-fetched. If I hadn't invented it in my mind, I would say that it was transmitted to Moses at Mount Sinai." That's amazing. In other words, he's aware that he's created it, but he thinks it rings true with the most ancient tradition. And that really shows us something about all of Kabbalah as it begins to emerge in the 13th century. You could say that the Zohar is a medieval experiment in fiction. Think of Dante and the Divine Comedy. Dante wrote the Divine Comedy about 10 years after the Zohar. Of course, in Italy, not that far from Spain. The Zohar, like Dante, is also journeying through realms of heaven and hell. One of its central themes is the mystery of the eternal feminine, as in Dante, both human and divine. Or think of Chaucer and the Canterbury Tales. Chaucer wrote the Canterbury Tales about a century after the Zohar. And the Zohar is also describing a kind of pilgrimage. Devotees of Torah journeying to discover Shekhinah, the divine presence. As in Chaucer, those travels are enriched by tales. Think finally of Don Quixote, written about 300 years after the Zohar in Spain. The rabbis of the Zohar are also engaged in a fantastic quest to vanquish evil, to mend the world. If Don Quixote is a knight errant, a wandering knight, then the hero of the Zohar, Rabbi Shimon, is a saint errant, a holy man wandering in search of wisdom. But the plot of the Zohar focuses ultimately on the inner life of God. And here we come to this diagram, this chart. Take a look just for a moment or two. I don't intend to go through this in any great detail because we'd be here till midnight.
Time as all of the things that I've just said are happening, it was funded by the US government.
Mm-hmm.
Like they literally funded it and went in there and are protecting their interests, etc., etc. And we argue about this stuff often. Should you vote Republican? Should you vote Democrat? And it's like we say in Rasta is like, in fact, indigenous people say this, but Rasta people say this as well, is two wings of the same bird is still the same bird. Mm-hmm. And when we're given these systems to vote on, we're not given an opportunity to actually create change. We're just given an opportunity to reinstate the same system with a blue or a red symbolism on it. And
because throughout the world, nothing changes regardless of who is in the White House. Their interest will be their interest.
Right.
Regardless. America has an interest. It doesn't matter who is in that White House, Republican or Democrat at the time.
But I'm speaking to Black America. Because Black America is powerful enough to be able to make its own decisions for what it wants to do with its own destiny. Mm-hmm. And you see the exodus to Ghana right now.
Yes.
Like right now, me and my friends, shout out to I don't even know if I can announce it yet, but we're about to start with this colonial mindset. They're going there as, let's go and help these poor starving Africans, at the same time as stealing diamonds, stealing gold, stealing coltan, because the reality is it's not Africans that control this. Right now, they're out of the 19 mines that mine coltan in Congo, 15 of them are owned by Chinese. And I'm not going to come on here and talk shit about Chinese, but I am going to say that they are going to do for their own people.
That's right.
First. And so we should do for our own people first, because the other thing is, I've seen Baltimore. That is like poverty, like crazy. It's like
First of all,
I'm not saying the whole of Baltimore, but I'm saying some of them stoops. I watched The Wire. I seen The Wire.
Yeah.
But there's no reason why with a port there that people should be so impoverished, right? And this is what Marcus Garvey was trying to do with his Black Star liner. There should be a shipping company. There should be an airport that's black owned. There should be black owned commerce coming from Africa to the port in Baltimore and vice versa. Trade should be done directly. Shouldn't have to do trade with a government that's going to steal from you anyway, because I mean, shit. If every time there's a financial crisis, like I was walking through New York a few days ago, and I saw not actually, I just came from Jamaica, but the last time I was here a few weeks ago, I was walking through New York and I saw that American people are 34 trillion in debt.
Yeah.
In debt to who? Who are you in debt to? And then you have to think about, if you're 34 trillion in debt, because Africa's a cash system, as you know, here is a credit system. If you're 34 trillion dollars in debt, which means that you are spending money you don't have, then who is doing that labor for you? Where is that being exported to? Obviously, Africa, China, India, etc. And the reality is that where there's like this massive amount of censorship for speaking about the things that are real, the things that are, I don't want to say that they're bullshit, but the things that I don't think we should speak about so much are, for instance, what is going to dominate the airwaves for the next month, maybe, is Kendrick versus Drake.
That's right.
Who gives a shit?
I just read an article on Rolling Stone, and it was talking about how it's hard to care about a rap war when it's a real war going on.
Yeah.
And that was probably referring to Palestine.
Palestine and Israel, yeah.
There's 5 million people displaced in Sudan. There's an ongoing conflict that's being financed by the West in Somalia. There are millions of people displaced in Yemen. South Sudan, wars back and forth. We're looking at one of the biggest humanitarian crises of our time in Central East Africa, and we are worried about who's got better bars. And if you look at it, let's be honest, rap battles is just grown men spitting poetry to each other.
Especially Kendrick.
Right, but it is. It's like,
you make it sound so romantic.
I mean, if you're taking the time to go back and forth and research somebody and write poetry about them, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
Damn.
Listen,
all y'all popping ass with Sexy Red. That's what he just said. Damn.
All I'm saying is there's real wars going on in the world, and I've been doing this work for nearly 10 years now. I started when I left the military. I started doing boxing. Well, I was boxing in the military, but I was doing boxing to raise money to do these things. And I've been in war zones in Somalia, in Congo, real gunshots going off, real bombs. We had to evacuate kids and all kinds of stuff, right? Seeing trucks full of bodies, right? My phone's not ringing. My phone's not ringing. So people are seeing.
No ball, Shaka.
If I start rapping about it, all of a sudden everybody's gonna be like, you know about Congo? You know what's going on in Congo?
Yeah.
And for me, I'm like, are we the black bourgeoisie, and are we the raccoons that our slave masters wanted us to be? Are we the house Negroes? Or
what is the black bourgeoisie?
So the black bourgeoisie is a class that's been created basically to run errands for white people. The black bourgeoisie class essentially are the black elites. They work for the powers that be to maintain the status quo, to maintain the order of what is going on. And if you look at the black bourgeoisie, they usually have everything to say and nothing changes.
Yes.
They're the most opinionated because they have the phones, they have the platforms, etc., etc. And I've been an activist for a long time. And so when I look at that class of people, I'm like, well, talk your shit, say whatever you want to say, but put some little money towards moving some of these things forward.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
I say that all the time, and it's not a party thing. It don't matter. It's not conservative or liberal. It's just like these people talk so much about what needs to be done, but what are they actually doing?
Yeah. I think personally that
as I said, you can't deal with that today in the synagogue. You couldn't deal with it yesterday in the mosque. And you certainly can't deal with it tomorrow in the church. Yet it is the thing you should be dealing with tomorrow. Because without it, there's no life. And the resurrection scene, the first resurrection scene, as you enter the temple of Sataywan at Abydos, is the resurrection of Osiris' penis from a dead horizontal to a perpendicular. The Masonic lodges read about this someplace, got messed up from England and France, and while wearing a top hat, silk top hat, a wingtip shirt, a cutaway jacket looking like penguin, feeling that they got something great, not knowing the source, and would not take a time to go to the original place from whence the whole concept came, using terms of which they have no understanding. And that goes for the daughters of so-and-so and of Isis and so-and-so, using of the such thing as the Grand Lodge of Luxor, and would not come to Luxor. They will go only to Israel and turn around. And maybe they would come to Cairo to see the pyramids, and there are no pyramids in Cairo. The pyramids in Giza, the closest one, across the river from Cairo. Misinformation, but still the truth. The only truth. And that is the media. The media is typical of our religions. It's typical of our theology. It's typical of our culture. The media only is a reflection of one aspect, a bad reflection. Of course, we got to deal with it. But I'm just trying to show you how damaging it is. It is as damaging as the information we get sitting down in the pew on Sunday, sitting down in the pew on Saturday, and sitting down in the pew on Friday or any other time. Now, before you got mad and leave and said that man is anti-religious, I'm not. I know you don't believe that. You believe that I'm the Antichrist. But even that I'm not. I don't have 3 names. Each name is 6 letters. So then I can't be the Antichrist. when I get 3 names, each name with 6 letters, then call me the Antichrist, and I'll be glad to respond, thank you. I am different than that. My wife, up to this morning, said to me, oh God, Ben. So you understand what I'm doing. So now if you had any problem with who I am, you now know. And I guess she wouldn't use that term unless it was real.
In addition to leading us back to the loving Most High God El, Christ brought back the worship of the Canaanite goddess Shamash. She is the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit, as portrayed in the earliest Christian texts, was female. The language used to refer to it got switched to masculine later on. We know that the Holy Spirit is a projection of God, and, as revealed by Christ, El. It's an intermediary between El and his son. Shamash was one of the most important Canaanite goddesses, being the goddess of the sun and El's royal messenger. To mortals and deities alike, the word of El would be delivered through Shamash. The Holy Spirit is defined as an agent of divine communication. Shamash is just that.
I feel away. I don't really feel away. I don't. I honestly don't. But I'm tired of niggas with attitude. I ain't seen a nigga with an attitude, nigga, since fuck the police, nigga, since Easy Does It, nigga, since the early 90s, late 80s, nigga. Since Jerry Curls, nigga, and rope chains, nigga. Fuck. You understand? I ain't seen a nigga with attitude, nigga, since niggas was breakdancers on big ass speakers, nigga. Niggas with attitudes, nigga. What's going on? What happened? Where we at? Who approved this? For real, man. It's twisted, man.
You can understand how these things will get.
The first Muhammad ruling in Mecca was the original man. He sent them with a message that Al-Qulaz, the church, was both much better than other houses of worship and purer, having not been defiled by the housing of idols. I put that quarter up there with the elephant to show y'all the elephant was also worshipped too. And it was also a sign that those people, the dude that's putting this church here, telling them, hey, don't go worship them idols, is an original man from the original land with some of the original animals that was worshipped. And he even sent the original Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, not the prophet, the king, to Mecca to rule and to tell them, stop worshiping all that weird stuff. Come over here to the church and worship one God. So can I show and prove through the elephant that this is the original man? I ain't even showed y'all no picture of this man. We ain't got no pictures of him. He crowned Muhammad. Let me repeat that again. He crowned Muhammad ibn Quzah. Muhammad ibn Quzah was a king in Mecca. So don't ask me if what I say is real, because what you believe is fake. So it doesn't even matter what you believe. We are the Afrofuturists. Well, the guy's 5% Nation guy there, he ain't co-signing that because he don't like the outfits. But
it's a little too futuristic for me. I'm trying to do it right now, okay?
Okay.
14th letter of the alphabet. N.
Okay. All right,
now,
what I'm saying is their future is already missing ingredients and elements because their understanding of now is skewed by their lack of understanding of the past.
I mean, you know, if you don't know where you came from, you damn sure don't know where you're going.
That's all I'm saying, God.
That's at the end of the day, and that's why.
You see the light start shining on me when you said that?
That's why you got to understand something fundamental, that there's no beginning. There's no ending. So if you just say, well, fuck what happened in the past. What's happening right now? Black man God right now.
Where's Bomb?
He had to be God in the past, and he could definitely God in the future.
He crowned Muhammad ibn Quzah, the African black Muhammad, and made him emir of Mudhar, and ordered him to go among the people to invite them to pilgrimage at his cathedral, which he had built. When Muhammad ibn Quzah got as far as the land of Kinana, the people of the lowland, knowing what he had come for, sent a man of Hudhal called Ura bin Hayad al-Malasi, who shot him with an arrow, killing him. His brother Qais, who was with him, fled to Abraha and told him the news, which increased his rage and fury, and he swore to raid the Kanana tribe and destroy the temple. They try to make it like we was picking on them. See? This is like when Muhammad killed the
Nah,
one.
they
Now this goes to show. Y'all thought that, you see how that was called the year of the elephant? Whenever there's a war against the original man, the supreme original man, it's usually got something to do with the elephant battle, year of the elephant, the war of the elephants, and all that. I'm not saying all the time, all the original man. I'm saying this specific tribe of the original man, because those ones in North Africa, you see, they're Canaanite, Islamic, ancient Muslim, Berber type 2. So we see right here with the Carthaginians, elephant battle of 275 BC. Antiochus at the so-called elephant battle at the Point de Celts. We already know that the ka is the same as the ka. You do the letters and just dealing with the numbering of it. Gallic. Celt. Y'all ain't got it. Galatians and all that. Those are the Gala people, y'all. Moorish war elephants. Several Roman writers give accounts of Surus. Surus is an elephant that was famous and worshipped, y'all. This is how much our war elephants was popping. So when you hear this story about the year of the elephant, you know for sure it had to do with them fighting against us. Surus was a large elephant with a tusk broken. According to Plautus, Surus wore a red cloth because he was Moorish, and may also have carried a red shield and a horda, a construction on the animal's back, which served as a platform for Hannibal, who had difficulties overlooking the battlefield after losing one eye from an infection. According to some accounts, the animal was the last of 37 war elephants Hannibal took with him on his 218 BC crossing of the Alps during the Second Punic War. Another elephant war, y'all. It's us.
I wonder how many shots an elephant could take, boy.
Now, this is where it's at in Quran. This says, the elephant, the elephant. You know what I'm saying? Hast thou not seen how thy Lord dealt with the masters of the elephant? The masters of the elephant. They talking about us, God. The masters of the elephant.
You see a motherfucker riding the elephant, telling it what to do. You know that motherfucker on some G shit, man. Leave him alone, man. He gonna stomp you out, boy. And then tell that elephant right over you.
With the guys.
I'm still
why did Islam spread to Africa? According to Arab oral tradition, Islam first came to Africa with Muslim refugees fleeing persecution in the Arab Peninsula. This was followed by a military invasion some 7 years after the death of the Prophet Muhammad in 639, under the command of the Muslim Arab general Amir ibn al-Asi. Yeah, so this sounds kind of like what you were saying, God, that did they free us or did we free them? You feel what I'm saying?
That's the first thing. And do you see in here that Arzareth, America, is the land promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and specifically these 10 tribes? Because the 10 tribes are distinct. That's another kingdom, by the way. They are distinct from the kingdom of Judah. So you have the kingdom of Israel. That would be these 10 tribes. And then you have these 3 tribes that are the kingdom of Judah. And so they have different kings in the narrative, different family groups in these narratives with respect to these kingdoms. But in this narrative, there's the assertion by those who are asserting that Arzareth is America. The assertion is that America is the land that has been promised to these 10 northern tribes. So the first thing I want to look at is the etymology of Esdras. We already have a problem here with this etymology of Esdras. It indicates here that Esdras has a Portuguese origin. You can see it also over here in the Greek, but this is definitely, this word is definitely not coming out of the Hebrew specifically. It's not coming out of the Greek. It is a Portuguese word. Okay, so when you see a Portuguese word and you see anything related to the Portuguese and the Americas, one of the first things you should be thinking about is colonization, Moriscos, Moranos, so forth and so on. And so what we have here again is this Esdras being a Portuguese word or a Portuguese derivative or variation, and supposed to be of the name Ezra. So E-Z-R-A. And of course, you can see how that might be the case. You can see that with the Greek, and you can also see it with the Portuguese there. So when we look in Strong's Concordance, we do find some evidence of this construct of this Ar-Zar-Reth or Azareth. So in Strong's 777, very interesting, it indicates that Artza means to the land, toward the land, groundward. So in other words, it's a name that means land or earth. Okay, so no specific land or earth, simply land or earth. And it is coming from Eretz, which also means land or earth. And so the Arza, Ar-Zar-Reth, is basically land, land, earth, earth. And so all of it together is about this construct of land or earth. And this is the word that individuals are saying is the word that indicates the Americas. It's also important to keep in mind that Columbus didn't discover mainland America. And so when talking about his discovery, we are talking about a discrete place in terms of this discovery. And so it's very confusing that individuals are conflating certain islands with the mainland of the Americas with respect to this analysis in particular. And so you can see also that Arza is the name of an Israelite, okay? And so when one is looking at this idea of finding the Americas and it really being Arzareth, individuals are basically saying that it's a place that's named after this particular entity, an Israelite, okay? So it would be Israelite land is what is being asserted. And so the assertion is that the land in one way or another is named with this individual, or even perhaps named after the individual.
Was Jesus backwards? Was Jesus backwards? Susek. Jesus. Alright, I'm going to speak on this right now because.
I'm sure that there's somewhere that there can be found. I'm sure that there's somewhere there can be found. Around here, I'm sure that there's somewhere that there can be. there can be found around here. I'm sure that there is somewhere there can be found around here. I'm sure it's there somewhere there can be found around here.
Trust, and belief, Hate. I have you hating who don't hate what you hate. Interesting. When you hate a nigga for not hating. You know, you hate unity, right? You hate anything that threatens or opposes or contrasts or exposes hate in your hate or the hate, which is weird, which is interesting, it's very revealing. This is just how I interpret it sometimes. Instigation, though. Hate to have you instigating, provoking, because hate is doubt. Fear is mixed with doubt. Fear comes from doubt. Doubt is where fear actually comes from. Fear in itself is doubt. And what's fucked up about fear and hate is it's faith, but turned against itself. You see? When it comes to doubt, that is. Doubt involves belief. Without belief, you cannot doubt. That is why belief is obsolete. And faith is trust in one thing or the next. Faith involves trust, but it's related to belief. Or it can be, but it does not have to be. The only time that faith is dependent upon or necessitized, validated through doubt or doubtfully is where you got belief coming in. Because when you think about belief and trust and belief, what is trust? Trust is to accept something as true. That's what trust is. To believe is to hope that something is true. Hope is strong. Hope is important, right? Because it involves what it is that you can't change or you that you can't control, basically, that's where you got hope. When you can't change it, or it's not nothing that you can control or change, is when hope comes in. And hope is related to belief. Trust is related to truth. The truth was always the truth. Facts surrounding explaining or understanding or applying whatever happens to be true, as in reality, stays. So there's no element of not being able to change it, because of course it's unchangeable. So there's no need to hope or believe the truth. Right? Unless it is you wish you could change it and want to be able to, you know what I'm saying, present it as something other than what it is, so that you can experience what it could feel like if reality wasn't reality. To those who haven't, of course, decided whether or not they doubt it or not, or they even question it, or they even care enough to consider it, or even thinking about it, have had the opportunity or the experience or the exposure to have to decide surrounding whatever particular fact or detail in regards to reality. Reality is reality. They say, it feels like a lot of people want to feel like reality is relative. Like what I believe is the truth is my truth, or true enough for my reality. As long as that's where the fuck you keep it at, in the probable realm, in the theoretical realm, nigga, you're gonna be operating with other people based on what it is that you haven't changed, whether or not you can change it or not, right? Haven't controlled whether or not you can control it or not, and that's the danger. And where hate can operate, basically, can mobilize itself. Right? It's only made possible through that. Right? Because the thing about hate in itself is it has to do with anger. Right? Frustration. Right? From the helplessness to hopelessness. Right? The only way you can be hopeless is if you are hoping. Right? And in the space of hope is where there would not be any hope. Where there is a space for hope, there's either hope or not hope there. Right? What the fuck does hope matter? Well, it matters in the sense of securing yourself, right? Securing yourself in an insecure situation or surrounding. The thing about it is, what will make you not just focus on involving your energy with something specific to you, right? Because you can't hate without nobody else. You can hate yourself, but if you wasn't hating nobody else, you wouldn't necessarily hate yourself. It's a thing about hate. There's no way you will ever hate yourself if it did not have to do with another person. At this point, you can live your life and do something that you are ashamed of, that you regret, that makes you feel a way about yourself that is unhealthy, that can become damaging to your self-worth, self-respect, to your own self-image, to your own self-association, as well as pride or whatever else, right? But that usually, generally wouldn't ever happen if it wasn't for whatever already established circumstances leading to the point that we're living at, right? Say, for instance, we started back in times with the first humans or whatever else, and there wasn't like so much doubt, except for, of course, that's really even the whole first story, the story of the first people. But those are the first people who doubted. Is the moral of that story, right? The whole entire fall of man, right? To where they're eating off this tree of knowledge instead of the tree of life, right? Was them doubting that what God would have said would have been so or not. them doubting if they should even decide to listen to what God said or not. For whatever reason. Their justification might have been, oh, it could not be true. Oh, what he says could not happen even though, right? It's true that he said it. I could be misunderstanding it, or why not, basically? Why not? Can't I do it? Even though it's true that Cuss said it, what Cuss said would happen. Why? Right? Why would it happen? Well, shit, for the same reason, nigga, that you're alive is why, nigga. Because God said so, nigga. Fuck is there else to doubt? Now, you can be born and another nigga come along that was also born, created by God, and decide, nigga, that you don't deserve to be alive. But that's not what God told you to do. Right? God can do that himself if you want to. He ain't gonna send nobody else to do that. That's what angels is for. That's what angels is for. Yes? Tell me where God told anybody to kill anybody, aside from Abraham in the Bible. And then even that, he stopped him before he did it. What's another situation where niggas was told to go murder these niggas? Well, God tell a lot of niggas to murder niggas. In particular wars. Which is interesting because there's other instances where there's the angels that actually do it. Right? Thousands of people at a time won't be walking all these other things. Yes? So why would, you know what I'm saying? Well, shit, there ain't no reason to ask no questions. This is the part. So there's no room for doubt or belief or hope or trust at all. Just deciding. Right? Deciding what it is that you want to involve your energy in. And so what I'm saying is at this point, it's come down the line to where there's particular options so as to discern regarding. Right? As we said, discernment can lead to despair. Right? Despair is once discernment or judgment turns to fear because you're doubting. The only way that judgment or discernment can turn to fear is through doubt. Fear in itself has to do with your discernment. And what is this discernment or judgment? It is to equate two things next to the next thing. Positive and negative, basically. Left and right, positive and negative. Right? A favorable outcome versus a unfavorable outcome. Right? Why would you ever equate or even consider what's the possibility of an unfavorable and as well as a favorable? Oh, due to your own willpower and how it is that you direct what it is that you do control, which is your own energy. And what's interesting about the fact that you can control or manage or direct or captain your own very life essence energy is really through extended and advanced alignment as well as management and guidance of that particular energy. Extended and advanced management and guidance of that particular energy. There's nothing to doubt whatsoever. There's nothing to question. There's nothing to even believe. Whatever it is that you would want to find out about, you just focus on it. So one reason that a lot of people probably won't or don't take that route is because it's not safe for them to do that. However, it is particularly safe because rather, it's not that it is safer than they feel like it's not. But the fact of it being safe is not the point. Right? Even though it has been made the point. And for that very reason has it been made the point. Because it's not the point. Right? Just like you would ask why. Same reason anything, nigga. So ask God. Why are you even talking to God about it? What are you doing talking to a snake and then not going to God? Going and asking yourself a question. That's what doubt is to begin with. Faith have to do with patience. right? And that's where the belief coming at, because and the trust coming at, because of course the patience has to do with waiting. His trust is waiting. Belief is basically waiting. It's basically waiting, right? But that is the danger of belief, right? When trust turns to belief, that's when it's got the doubt involved with it, right? Because as long as you trust, and then ain't no limit to how long you gonna wait to find out. However, you won't. Your faith won't be wavering, right? You won't be unfaithfully questioning or fearing. When you can trust, then you can't fear. You have no fear. It's difficult to remain trustful as well as faithful and doubtless. But anything worth doing, it's going to be challenging. And even more so as you become closer to accomplishing this particular decision as well as objective. Yes, but the thing about it is, when you can decide and meet the other side of that decision, then you have a choice, an opportunity, a blessing, an opening to, of course, make another decision. A stronger decision or a weaker decision, a more far-seeing or short-sighted decision. Either way, you make a short-sighted decision, it's gonna be faster. Least time you would need to wait faithfully and trustingly in order to make another decision. Yes, but a lot of us, we're not faithful to our decisions. Simple as that, right? They decided to agree to what God told them.
I mean, doesn't it make sense? All these things that we have, everything in this room came out of someone's mind.
That's where I think we have the edge on AI. And I think that we don't understand the genius, the divine genius of where that creativity comes from. I collect different quotes from like musicians talking about the creative process. Jamie, I sent you a couple. There's in the email, there's one from John Frusciante. He's the guitarist for Red Hot Chili Peppers. Like, I love listening to musicians talk about where music comes from and where inspiration comes from, because I think it's one lens that we can use to think about the creative act in general. Like, it may start with music, it goes to everything that's here, it goes to the art of a conversation, it goes to comedy, it goes to the way we make children, by the way, which is a very creative act and something that comes naturally to most of us. Like, I think that's what makes us human, is that this ability to translate something that extends beyond our physical bodies and then to embody it, whatever that it is. Frusciante calls it the force, and then to make something of it, something that can resonate with the community. I think that's something that AI will be able to do in fits and starts, but I'm not sure that we understand the process. And that's why I think about the process of life and death too. That's why I think that the thing that makes us human is the way that we engage with those invisible forces.
Was Jesus backwards? Was Jesus backwards? Susek. Jesus. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and speak on this right now because I always think of it in the back of my mind. It comes to my mind. It always returns. It always returns. From time to time, remnants of it resemble themselves in the recesses of my resonance, as well as reception. And I usually don't necessarily deflect it, but I just neglect it. You know what I mean? Because it's some shit I don't want to remember. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and speak on this right now because it's some shit I don't want to remember. You know, and then it's not even so much that I don't want to remember it. I feel like it's not worthy of recollection or even acknowledgement. And like, that's the way it should be. That's why I had once said. That's why I had said that one time. to where, don't get it fucked up, man. The left could be the right and the right could be the left, nigga. Don't get it fucked up, man. But the left is the left and the right is the right. Either way, neither is either. You know what I'm talking about? Necessarily. You hear me? You hear me? I said, did you hear me? Either way, neither is either. Did you hear me? I said, did you hear me? Flavius Mob. The Crispus. Gang Julius. Hey. Worthy of, you know, like I said, a lot of motherfuckers, you know what I mean? That's what posers be doing, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know, you got these punks out here, man, you know? And they just don't know what to do with themselves a lot of times. And, you know, it's like riffraff, you dig what I'm saying? It's just weird. It is kind of interesting. Not even necessarily interesting. Almost could be. Might have been interesting, but that's the thing. Like, that's the thing. And that's exactly what I mean. Because some things are sacred and not meant to be repeated, let alone uttered into whatever type of anything other than thought. Or even to be thought about. It is like, because that's the thing, right? Cliche is really the way to even refer to it, because, or taboo. But there's a thin line between taboo and cliche, you know? And I guess that's what it is that I'm sort of evaluating in my mind, because there's benefits either on both sides of not saying it and saying it when it is something that could go without being said, you understand? There's a thin line between taboo and cliche. Taboo, because there's a lot of meaningless shit that just don't make no difference either way. Taboo. However, truly profound, cliche. However, truly profound, as in profanity, right? That's where you get the word curse. That's where you get curse words from. It's from profanity, profound, cliche, right? But there's a difference between profane and profound. Profound. I put that in a bar one time. I forget what. I don't know if I got that. Profane as profound. That's actually in the 256. But I remember I said that, but I don't know that piece by heart. And now I'm ashamed of that. I'm ashamed that I can't just spit that nigga verbatim, nigga, syllable by syllable to you. Yeah. I'm not my full self. Right? I didn't write that just to fucking forget it, nigga. I'm not my full self. Right? Because there's potency, yes, in what is called relevance. Right? So as what? To retribute and reconcile. You know what I'm talking about? It's called atonement. Yes, atonement. Fresh. Wintry, nigga. Coldness, nigga. Right? See? And that's the thing too. That's the thing about also. It's called syncopation. It's also called resonance, right? If you don't catch it in the actual sequence pattern, yes, then the pattern is now already changed, because of course it didn't connect in a concise enough allotment. You feel me? Is a part, is what I'm saying too, right? So it's like, that's the thing. It's about composure too, right? A lot of times you gotta be able to, and that's the rule number one. As you can tell, this is a saturated drop right here. We call this one not chunky, but gunky. You know what I'm talking about? That you got goopy and you got gunky. Gunky's not always the most best. Gunky can be bad, but goopy, that you got goopy and you got gunky. But goopy is always appropriate. Goopy, yes. Because you got silky and you got soggy, you know what I'm talking about? Then you got Crispus. Then you got Christmas. You want to keep the Christmas. You want to always have the Christmas. You understand? Far as though, what I had came to my mind. Which is a thin line. It's a very, very delicate and, like I said, sanctified and sacred concept. But see, that's the thing. Another thing too about life and staying busy and always involving yourself to degrees. Right? They say without challenge, there's no change. Yes, but how much do you need to keep and how much do you need to lose? Without challenge, there's no change. Sanctified and sacred concept. Right? Change is growth, but growth is health. Yes, and so what your level of health is your degree, right? Is your balance of, you could say relevance, or you could say stability, you could say optimal beingness versus less preferable, or sickness, basically. Yes? Yeah, what your health has to do with your level of sickness also, right? That's like the two sides of justice, wrath and mercy. And see, that's another thing about also speech. You can see. And see, that's another thing about also speech. The Hall of Two Truths is where my eye coming at. The Hall of Two Truths. Yes? Because what is your voice? Your voice is sound. But how is this sound being made? Because there's ways sounds are being made. All sound is made from compression. That's the only way you can get any sort of vibration or frequency / resonance, syncope, yes? Reception. It's through what is called centrifugal and centripetal force. It's called inertia or compression, yes? Contraction and expansion. The source of all activity, all animation. Consciousness is that bounce, that exchange of contrasts, and you know what I mean? Contrasts. Simultaneously as well as continuously within itself. That's why I said the right is the left and the left is the right, but neither is either. Why? Because without the other, there would not be any. As far as justice goes, wrath and mercy, mercy and wrath. That's the two sides of the same thing. Yes? That's why they say it's two sides to every story. It really is three sides. It really is four sides. It really is no sides. Yes? Especially if don't nobody hear the fucking story, nigga. Especially if don't nobody hear the fucking story. Was what, yes? And see, that's why it's also the Hall of Two Truths, yes? Because you either thinking it or you saying it. That's the first two. And the second two is how what you're saying and what you're not saying and what you're saying and what you're saying and what you're not saying, right? Because that's the whole pattern. That is the allotted slot session, right? Occurrence that establishes. Yes, that is the foundation point of a scale. I forgot what the name of that was. I looked it up one time. The center point of a balance is called something. It's called a fulcrum. The pivot point. The zero point center of gravity. Center of gravity. The fulcrum. The 0 point. That's a good word to know. You know, and see, not knowing that word don't change the thought of it, you understand? Huh? The fulcrum. Yes. So that's one thing about knowledge and wisdom, right? Because see, what I'm saying to you is coming from my heart. It's my understanding. It's my appreciation, first of all, of how it actually signifies importance to me in my life. as a human in the life of humankind of all of time. Okay? Not just in this very 1 second moment, but you start where you are. And then the next step is going to be faster or slower, right? But whatever speed or frequency it is, the next step after that is going to be either faster or slower than that one. Yes? And that's what will determine and establish the relevance. The relevance. Also the resonance and reception to all of walking that's ever been done, as far as steps in this example, right? And the walking that has not been done, steps that weren't able to be made, ones that would have been made even though they weren't able to be made, ones that were able to be made that weren't made. Yes? And how fast or slow they was, or large or small they might have been. Yes? Yes. As far as stepping is concerned, but even when it is whatever you're equating or emphasizing, there's always the fuller range as to what's most appropriate. Yes, because you can always walk somewhere or you can drive somewhere. You gotta walk to your car, nigga. You can drive somewhere because you can always walk somewhere or you can drive somewhere. You gotta walk to your car, nigga, to hop in it and push your footage against that pedal, nigga, and get wherever you would get faster than you would be trying to walk there. But that means you got to stay on the road the whole way there. You can't walk through buildings and pop up, nigga, up under a bridge somewhere from a basement across town by walking into a building that got an underground tunnel, right? You can't do that. It's just a way you got to do it. And that's what I mean. As far as all of the different options, the range of relevance as well as comparison or whatever else. Yes, because that's the comparison as far as the two truths, no? As far as what's appropriate to say and what's inappropriate to say. What's appropriate that it is inappropriate, and what's inappropriate that it is appropriate. That it is inappropriate, and what's inappropriate that it is appropriate. And that's what fools be feeling that they want to get away with, to make it to where you even would need to do something about life, about anything. Just do something, right? Because we're going to be doing something regardless, yes? Whether it's talking or letting our actions speak, yes? As far as through sound or whatever else, which is all sound is frequency, which light is sound. But sound is vibration. Just like light is. So what's the difference though? Well, light is activated sound. You feel me? You understand? Now what activates this vibration? It's gonna be the perception, the reception of it, the potency of the, what do you call it, broadcast, right? When you emit something, it is at a particular force, strength, yes? The thing about sound is it moves slower than light does it not? That's why you got thunder and lightning. But which comes first? It's the same thing happening. Trust and believe it. It's all with that one instance, but you're gonna see that flash before you hear that thunder. Every time. But what's interesting about a storm is what? What's interesting about a storm? You tell me. And that's what I'm talking about. Why I don't be wanting to say stuff sometimes. What's interesting, You gonna tell me one thing, she gonna tell me another thing, they gonna tell me a few other things, right? And so that's a whole nother range you're talking about. Yes, compulsion, yes, inspiration, yes. And that's the thing about inspiration too. Compulsion, and that's the thing about inspiration. Another one thing, right? Because you got compulsion, you got obligation, and then you have what is called an interested devotional investment. You know in whatever action, right? Because as I was saying about voice and what voice is, which is air, right? Because that's how that sound is made. Your voice is through air. Yes, because you can. knock on the wood, and that don't take no air to make that sound. So that's a different type of energy. It's still sound though, right? But me knocking, depending on how hard I'm knocking, and before I get off the subject of niggas trying to get away with shit, as far as, you know what I mean, being uninspired and instigating, because you got investments and you got instigations. You know what I'm saying? You got honorable opportunities, then you got obligations. Yes? And that's what it is, where it come to where you gotta reconcile and retribute, you know what I mean, particular energies. You know what I'm talking about? And what's cold is what goes without saying a lot of times can be a lot more drastic than just being able to drop a cool little clue, hitting here or there, or a guiding little, you know what I mean, mention. However, and this is what's beautiful, next to what's just, next to what's law, next to what's order, next to what's peace. This is what's beautiful. Anytime you don't say anything, it's always better. Even in how bad it can end up being, right? Is the thing. But we so far from that at this point that you gotta say a bunch of shit before you can start to not say nothing. Yes? Is this not the case? You never did tell me. What's interesting about lightning, yo? Well, I'm gonna listen to you tell me a few times just before you act what's really on your mind come to mind, right? Because you gotta have that connection, right? You gotta have that outlet. Speaking of electricity, you gotta have that resonance, right? You gotta have that what is called syncope, right? The bounce back. It's like a response. You call and response. That's what a church is. You know what I'm saying? That's what the call of prayer is. You know what I mean? Which is very sacred. When you hear that, that's not nothing that should be recorded. That's for the moment. This for whoever's there in proximity to experience it, bro. Right? If you're not even close, that's why you have it at different areas simultaneously. Because if you far away, you might not even hear that one as close to your heart as would vibrate your very blood. More so, yes? Right? But you're gonna have one go off at one time. You're gonna have one go off at another time. It's all at the same time. But you know what I mean? It's in its own space. It's in its own pace. It's in its own life. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, the thing about your own life, you know what I'm saying? It's what's sacred, man. And that what is it's worth returning to. And building the health of, you know what I'm saying? Adjusting as well as configuring the health of is that personal and individual as well as sacred, single oneness, nigga. Oneness. Literally, it's called Tawheed. Yes? Tawheed. I told you about this before. Not I told you, but I mentioned this before. Yes? That's where you get the name of the Coptic church in Ethiopia. Right? Same concept. Right? Oneness. It's the full, it's the all, right? Monotheism is polytheism. Polytheism is monotheism. Right? At the core of it. Right? So there's really no debate there. Except for trying to, state claims or try to, instigate as well as intimidate, right? For instigation and intimidation. Instigation and intimidation. Or trying to, that's basically it. You know what I'm saying? Intimidate and instigate. Because, your reach, you got to have that source. What is called, it's really called resonance, but it's also called as far as what makes light from sound. It's gonna be the nature of that force is going to be the very intensity, right, of that emanation, right? And that is decided at 0 point of expression. You know what I'm talking about? It's like you can feel it to where you can't even, not that you can't, but you don't even stop yourself before you do whatever it is, whether it's nigga break out into tears or song or an angry fucking nigga cursing or break out into a dance out of nowhere before you can even stop yourself, or before you do stop yourself. Not that you can't, but you don't. You don't think about it first. The thought is already complete before you even think about the thought, or what would be a thought before you would even stop to think of it. Yes. This is the part about taboo and cliche, and about lightning and thunder. It's the same illustrated sort of principle that I'm referring to. The stronger a storm is, my nigga, the closer together that lightning and that thunder's gonna be. The stronger a storm is, my nigga, the closer together that lightning and that thunder's gonna be. I mean, it might even be simultaneously, because it's, first of all, it's just that powerful. It's not gonna be split second. I'm not gonna say what it is or what it'll be. It probably, you might even hear the thunder first on a strong storm before you see the lightning. You might even, wait. You always hear the thunder before, which do you see first? You hear the thunder first, then you see the lightning. But really, it's a trip, because which does happen first? I think the thunder comes first, right? Thunder before the lightning. It's interesting, because sometimes you see the lightning, then you hear the thunder. But most times you hear the thunder, then you see the lightning. Wait, dang, hold on. The caged bird, sing. The caged bird, sing. The caged bird sing. Because it is enraged. And the longer it stays, the stronger the rage, became. This is the reality of today. And it is not a game. And it is not a play. And it is not to say that it will not change. Yet, the song mustn't fade. Rage is useful. Rage
It's useful, useful.
Hello, good people. Welcome back to the channel. Thank you for being here. And if you don't know who I am, my name is Martha. I want to say this quickly to you all. Several things. And I don't know why people seem to act like they don't understand this. Everything about our country right now is simply about racism, period. I don't know why people don't seem to understand this. Everything that's going on right now is simply about racism, and it is what it is. Some of you all, I swear to God, you guys act like you guys don't know what's what. When people come on here and say, stop trying to be a racist, cut the nonsense out. Stop it. You know exactly what it's all about. Stop pretending, you know what I'm saying, like you're trying to get under somebody's skin, because you know what? It do not bother me at all, because I know what's going on. But everything about our country right now is simply about racism. It's always been like that. But now things seem to be coming to the forefront where people can actually see it up close and personal. For example, like the idiot that called himself snubbing Vice President Kamala Harris. We see this all the time. No one should be shocked about that. I know I'm not. People walk around like that every single day, just like that man did. What he did to her. People walk around like that every single day. So we as Black people, we're not surprised about that whatsoever. We're not surprised. But like I stated, some of you all try to act like, it's not about racism. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's always been like that. Now we just see it up close and personal. That's just how it is. And then the incident about the psychopath nurse that's around here breaking babies' bones, Black baby bones. What is that about? What is that about? She's a psychopath and she's a racist. Period. She's not around here breaking white baby bones. It's been Black babies. So what does that tell you? And then the hospital that is upholding all of this, that sent her home initially when it first happened a couple years ago, with pay, mind you, with pay, they suspected her then. But when they bring her back to her position, her job, she starts it all over again. So now you guys want to do something about it. Now she's been charged. But before, she was not charged. So miss me with all this nonsense about it's not about racism. It is about it. That's exactly what it is. You have some idiots out here that truly do not like Black people, and it is what it is. And we know this. So all of this nonsense that's going on right now, that's coming to the forefront, it's always been like that. Now we just see it up close and personal, period. Now we need to just sit back and see what they're going to do with her ass. What are they going to do with her ass? That's the $1 million question. These babies came into the world already not in the best of health. And you turn around and do something like this to someone's baby, someone's child? Absolutely insane. So again, now we need to sit back and see what they're going to do with her ass. That's what I want to see. They need to lock her ass up and throw away the damn key. So miss me with all that nonsense about it's not about racism. Yes, it is. That is exactly what it is. And stop pretending, stop acting like you don't know what's going on. You know, the whole 9 yards. Stop pretending. You know exactly what it's all about. And you all have a wonderful day.
3 years ago on this day, the United Nations passed 6 resolutions against the Russian attack on Ukraine. And the United States voted with the free world against the Russian war on Ukraine every single time until today. The United Nations once again today approved a resolution condemning Russia's war against Ukraine, and for the first time in history, the United States did not stand on the side of freedom in the United Nations. The United States, for the first time in history, voted with the dictator against the free world. Donald Trump voted with Vladimir Putin in the United Nations, and so it's official. It really is. As of today, if there's a leader of the free world, it is not the President of the United States. It might be the President of France, Emmanuel Macron, who played an important role in presidential history today, making Donald Trump the first president in history who had to be interrupted and corrected by an ally when the President of the United States was lying, and lying about that ally. General Charles de Gaulle, who became the President of France after World War II, may have been the most egotistical elected president anywhere in the world. Winston Churchill and Franklin Roosevelt couldn't stand de Gaulle during World War II. But they knew they had to deal with him, and they never had public disagreements with General Charles de Gaulle. Emmanuel Macron may be one of the least egotistical French presidents in history, but today it was the mild-mannered French president who had to interrupt the blustering President of the United States when the President of the United States was lying. And it fell to the French president to correct the American president in a way we have never seen an American president corrected before by another head of state or by anyone. Donald Trump did his standard lie about Europe's aid to Ukraine, the lie that Europe has loaned money to Ukraine, and it's a loan, and Ukraine has to pay it back. Donald Trump became the first American president in history fully humiliated on the world stage by instantly getting caught and corrected in his lie.
Europe is loaning the money to Ukraine. They get their money back.
No, in fact, to be frank, we paid 60% of the total effort, and it was through, like the US, loans, guarantee, grants, and we provided real money. To be clear, we have 230 billion frozen assets in Europe, Russian assets, but this is not as a collateral of a loan because this is not our belonging. So they are frozen. If at the end of the day, in the negotiation we will have with Russia, they're ready to give it to us, super. It will be loan at the end of the day, and Russia will have paid for that.
If you believe that, it's okay with me. But they get their money back, we don't, and now we do. But, you know, that's only fair.
He actually reached out, President of France reached out, grabbed the arm of the American president to stop him from telling a lie about France and the rest of the countries of Europe.
But there's another aspect of French influence that's even more important. Probably the most central part of all is the CFA franc, the last colonial currency still in widespread use. In practice, the countries that use the CFA franc have virtually no monetary sovereignty. The value of their currency is linked to the euro. The poorest countries in the world have a currency controlled by the richest countries. And so the imperatives of European countries, fiscal discipline and fighting inflation, end up shaping the very different world of Western and Central Africa. That leads to an overly tight approach to credit, something that's necessary in our current system for an economy to grow. It means that any appreciation in the euro makes exports from these countries less price competitive. So just look at what happened in Senegal. When the euro appreciated against the dollar from 2000 to 2009, the value of the CFA franc got higher. But this made local Senegalese rice more expensive than imported rice from Thailand. So Senegal, which was trying to build its own domestic rice industry, instead saw Thai rice wipe out local rice farmers. So because domestic products are expensive, this makes export-driven growth nearly impossible, which is necessary to lead a country out of poverty. That's why most countries that use the CFA franc have growth rates significantly lower than their neighbors. Because the CFA discourages the development of domestic industry, many of these economies have actually been shrinking. The Ivory Coast, the largest CFA franc country, has a real GDP per capita 1/3 lower than it had in 1978. Other CFA franc countries like Cameroon and the Republic of the Congo reached their highest levels of real GDP per capita in the 70s and 80s. And because economic growth is weaker, there's more incentive for local elites in these countries, always tied closely to French multinationals, to take as much money out as possible. Billions of dollars have flooded out of these countries and into shell corporations and foreign bank accounts. Through massive corruption, these African elites have joined the ranks of the global super rich. In 2007, for example, Omar Bongo's daughter-in-law appeared on VH1 to buy an LA mansion for $25 million. And elites in France get a great deal too. They enjoy cheap access to natural resources and kickbacks from shady business deals. A French billionaire named Vincent Bolloré now owns most of the major ports across West Africa. In France, Bolloré is known as the, quote, king of Africa. So French colonialism in Africa has never really ended. This is why academics use the term neo-colonialism. Even as the branding of empire has faded away, the structures of economic extraction have only grown stronger. This neocolonialism is actually a much more efficient form of exploitation than the colonialism of the past. The French no longer pretend to care about building functional governments or improving local living standards. It's pure extraction, all the time. So these African countries are not underdeveloped, they're overexploited. France is almost totally reliant on its influence in Africa for its economic power. In the words of Italy's foreign minister, if France didn't have its African colonies, because that's what they should be called, it would be the 15th largest world economy. Instead, it's among the first, exactly because of what it's doing in Africa.
And the name Ethiopia, it comes from Atape. But if you say Tape or Tapa, if you reverse Pa and Ta, then you have Pta. There's an Ethiopian pharaoh, Sabaka, who discovered an old document called the Memphite stone. That stone later came to be named after him as Sabaka stone. That stone, today you find it in the British Museum.
Yeah.
That is the oldest document which talks about the origins of the world, how everything was created. But that document was published in 716 BC. But what happens is they write the Bible later, ignore that story of creation, and they put the story of Adam, who is physically created by God.
According to the story.
According to their story.
Yeah.
And then from there, that God takes a rib out of this Adam and creates a woman, which is all nonsense. But we have been made to believe that story, and all of us, even those of us who are not white or Europeans, We believe we're the children of Adam. But if you go into history, or if you just make calculations based on the Bible, Adam was created in the year 4004 BC. By the year 30,000 BC, Africans had already built pyramids, temples. They've already invented writing. They had produced literature. Now, why on earth do we take the later story, foreign story, and make it our story, and then leave our true story that we have, which is documented? Because the Romans don't have a history. They are histories that with Romeo and Juliet, somewhere in the 700 years BC. Now, they got hold of the Jewish story and found that because they wanted to build an empire, they must use the Jewish story to say, no, all of us come from Adam. They want to use that to unify us. And when they got the Christian story, everybody was forced to be a Christian. But the Christianity that the Romans created is a materialistic Christianity, because it gives you a white woman who has a white boy child, and they say the white woman is the mother of God, the white child is the son of God. And that story was also false, because the mother of Jesus was not a European. She came from the family of Ptolemy, Mary Amun. That's those two names you can't find anywhere in the world except in Africa.
Yeah.
But when the Greeks colonized Egypt, Ptolemy becomes Ptolemy, and Mary Amun becomes Mariam.
Okay.
But you can't find the same name, Mariam, anywhere in the world except in Africa. So Jesus was known as Joshua ben Mary Amun.
Okay.
And Yoshu, that Yeshua in Greek is Jesus. Mary Amun is Mariam. So Jesus was called
the son of
Yeshua ben Mariam. And that's why in Ethiopia now you find a church called the Church of Mariam of Zion. But the other thing that people don't realize is that actually what is called, St. Augustine says that which is called Christianity never has not existed. It has existed before the beginning, from the beginning of time. Now ask yourself, where did it exist? That Christianity comes from Africa. And the name Christ is a distortion of the word harakte, which is also spelled XP acte. In Greek, XP acte is XP ichtoch and is pronounced Christos. So there is no evidence of a word Christ existing anywhere except in Africa. And actually, you see the pyramids of ancient Ethiopia and Egypt. You also have the sphinxes. Those sphinxes are the oldest statue of the Christ, who was also called Uzara, the son of the sun. In Greek is Osiris. So that's why there was a fight over Christianity, because Jesus was not Christ. He was a prophet of the African Christ, and he was appointed by the great Kara, Solar Brotherhood, to propagate the popular version of Christianity for the masses. But that's why we distinguish between esoteric Christianity, which is kind of a secret doctrine, and exoteric Christianity. So Jesus was teaching the popular one, because the problem there was that people were rough, they were aggressive,
unruly.
Yeah. So Jesus had to teach something to tame the people. So he was sent. He was not sent by God. He was sent by the great solar society, which actually is a secret organization that came from the source of the Nile. And this great solar society was called, were called the servants of the sun, Shamshu Hara, and in Greek, Shamshu Hor, and then also called Horus Kings. That's why the eagle became the most important bird, because it symbolizes royal, the royal soul, spirituality. You can see also this, the Germans,
the Americans
use it, the Americans use it, but they don't know where it comes from.
Yeah.
You see, for instance, even the word royal itself, royal derives from Ra, which is the sun. So it's only Africans who say we are the children of the sun. The Ngunis will say Sibelanga, children of the sun. The Shonas will say we are Karanga, children of the sun. And is the sun. So that area, you'll find people who call themselves on that island Wakarang, Wakaranga, Wakalanga, Wakaranga, Wakalanga.
It's all the same thing.
All the same.
It's all referring to people of the sun.
People, children of the sun.
Yeah.
And that's where even the Egyptians, when they moved up, they established a city called Saqqara. Sa means land, Kara, the land of the sun. And the people go to West Africa, they were sitting in Ghana, Accra, which is a distortion of Akara, which is the city of the sun. And then at Mapungubwe here and Great Zimbabwe, they had temples, African people, before the whites came. The temples were called Akara, and then the Greeks say it's Acropolis.
Okay.
Even up in Egypt, they talk about Acropolis. And then the Arabs talk about Al-Akara. But all this means the city of the sun, or the city of the sun god. So we have better explanations of who we are, where we come from, how we got to where we are.
You've said a mouthful, but I want you to complete your thought. You're saying because?
Yeah, but you see, the materialist Christianity of the Romans, which is not about God, is about capturing people and promising them that if you believe in Jesus, when you die, you will go to heaven. And then there was also a philosophy of reincarnation, that there are people who lived in the past who can be born in small children. You find that a child actually is an older person, but is a child. They said, no, that should not be taught, because people will not obey us as the imperial power, because they will think they have another chance of coming back to life. So they banned that. Now, when they got into Ethiopia, there was a church called Pa Laka. You can see Pa means the house, Laka, the sun. So Pa Laka is like Zaun, which they pronounce Zion, is the city of the sun. And the oldest university in Africa was the University of Anu. And then in the Bible, they call it On. And the Greeks call it Heliopolis, the city of the sun. So the sun is central.
Why is the sun central?
The sun is central because, you see, as an African philosopher called Lord Kem, or Tau Tau Harama in Greek thought Hermes, he says that the sun is the visible God, because the sun that we see doesn't have light. There's a sun behind it. That sun behind it is called Kara, which means spirit of the sun. or the divine light. So this sun is a transmitter of the divine light, and that's why all the African kings, or rather, let me say the sun, is called Fura, Pharaoh, and in the Khoisan language, Pariu. And that means the Sun King, or the King of Heaven. But it is also called Thobela ya Mashako in the Kilobedu language, which means someone who controls all the four quarters of the world. And that's why you have Radio Thobela. And whether you are in Venda or Haskukune or Lobedu, Thobela, even when you greet, I'll say Thobela, which means I acknowledge the fact that you are the child of the sun. You are a royal person because you are a child of the sun. And you will say Murena, because Murena is another word for the sun or the heavenly being. That's why Basotho, they will say Morena Emohol, meaning the king.
How did and the question is probably, the answer is probably obvious. How did we get captured so strongly by the European beliefs that was clearly, as you said earlier, to capture? It's more designed to capture than to free.
You see, when the Romans got into Egypt, there was a Christianity called Coptic Christianity or a Gnostic Christianity. And now they felt that that Christianity doesn't serve their purpose because it says that there's a divine spark in you, which is also called the indwelling spirit, the spiritual man in you. In other words, your body is really a vehicle for something that came from above. So you are divine. But they decided that that is nonsense. They defined it as paganism, and then decided that the real religion is that of believing in Jesus, who they said he died and he would and got resurrected in 3 days. And that guy, Jesus, never even died there. The person who died was an African disciple of his called Simon of Cyrene. And Cyrene or Cyrenaica is Tunisia. So it's an African also who died. But that African, two clever women, they went to the grave, removed the corpse of that Simon of Cyrene, so that the Romans should not come and see that they killed the wrong person and start looking for the right person. And that Jesus fled to Ethiopia with his wife, Mary Magdalene. Mary Magdala, even the French records say she's Mara Magdala and a negress, an Ethiopian negress. So Jesus was a black man, born of a black woman and married to a black woman. And it's not true that he was the mother was impregnated by the Spirit of God. But the thing is that the Romans were a strong army, and they take a decision that all other beliefs are pagan. The only religion is what they are teaching. And they got a soldier called Jerome, who wrote the Vulgar Bible. And that Vulgar Bible was amended or revised more than 1,000 times. But they said it was the word of God. Now, nobody ever had tea with God, lunch with God. When you revise the word of God, what do you put there? Because God is not there. So we've been fed with lies. And unfortunately, the attacks of African people forced us to to migrate to West Africa, Southern Africa, Eastern Africa, and all the time, now we were defending ourselves. sometimes even against one another, because it was a struggle for survival. So when these guys used the maps that they got from Egypt, maps which were made by Africans. For instance, we have the oldest map of 150 AD.
Okay.
150 AD, there was not even anything called Europe. But they used those maps to discover Africa. And then from the 1400, they started now going and so on. When they found us, they were going with their missionaries. And then they used the missionaries to soften us, to teach us. Whilst they are taking the land, they give us the Bible. Whilst when we are busy reading the Bible, they take the land. But now you can imagine that from 1652, when you are educated by a foreigner who tells you that what your grandparents are telling you is not right, and then you internalize that nonsense. At the end, you think that that is the only truth that exists in the world. And that's why our children now, starting with COSAS, they said, no, rewrite history. But now the government is a problem. The Department of Basic Education appointed a committee to rewrite African history. How do they do it? Because the real sources are hidden by the Europeans. They give us books written by the missionaries. And then you have to rewrite African history based on the falsehood created by the missionaries. I was in Cape Town a day before yesterday. The young Rain Queen phones me. She says, no, I'm debating with someone. He's saying this, and I think he's wrong. This is the right version. I was so happy that young kids are debating history. So I had an opportunity to say, you see, the history that they teach them will go to Europe, talk about capitalism, communism, the struggle between the two. But then when they come to us, they teach them from the ANC and Mandela. African people existed long before the ANC. And that ANC was even a product of the struggles of the African people. Now, if you teach our children that our history starts with Mandela, what are you trying to say? It means that Africans did not exist before 1652. So I think that the COSAS and other young people were right to say, let's decolonize history, decolonize the curriculum, because, we complain about state capture. Actually, the biggest capture facing us is the mental capture. Our professors are mentally captured. Our politicians are mentally captured. Our religious leaders are mentally captured. And unless and until we break away from that mental capture, there's no way that the African person is going to be free. And that's why you can see Africans are the best musicians. This jazz that they came up, all this genre, because most of these artists are not themselves. They are vehicles of the spirits of the ancestors. They get inspired. You sit here, you say you want to archive. Why do you want to archive? For whom? Because you have access to these stories. Why don't you simply say, no, I know the stories, I will tell my children. What is the spirit that drives you to say, this information is important for the future beyond you? So most of us are doing things, and we even call ourselves, I'm gifted in this, I'm gifted in that. But it is the spiritual world that is driving us. There was the Negro Renaissance, called Harlem Renaissance in New York. Most of these Pan-African leaders used to go there. Nkrumah, Azikiwe, and even Mandela, they will say that they were produced by that. Kwame Nkrumah, Fidel Castro himself, he went there. They have a paper called Bohemia. So the spirit, the African spirit, is the same, whether it's in the Caribbean, Jamaica, and so on. But it is our ancestors that are living in us who keep on saying, no, this is the direction. But now media has become so strong that now those who controls the media now are the people who carry on the Roman agenda, which denies us our own spirituality, who we are, what is our history. And that's why the initiative like yours is really very important and a revolutionary initiative, because you want to tell stories which are not popular there, but those, if you want to rebuild Africa, those are the stories that we need. You know, for instance, now the Indians are able to go to the moon. The Chinese can go to the moon, but they have the Indian story to tell. There's not even a Jesus there. They have their own religion. And as a result, they don't feel inferior to anybody or any religion. The Chinese, they have their religion. But the African religion and story is the oldest. But because we were conquered and most brutalized, and our leaders are the products of colonialism, are the product of Christianity. In the north, they're the product of Islam. They are captured by those two religions. So there's no space left for us. So I think that the work that we are doing is very important. And I'm very happy that you even discovered that young people, where the young people go for stories. And that is very helpful, because if they can access these stories, the world will never be the same again. See, for instance, President Mbeki, President Mandela, they were talking about the African Renaissance, which was started by Pixley Kaisaga Seme, who was influenced by ancient African religion. Because, for instance, he said, I am an African. And he attributed the achievements of ancient Ethiopia and Egypt to African genius. And I had thought that when the Mandelas, the Mbekis, and other African leaders talk about African Renaissance, they will go back to Pixley Seme and say, why does this man claim that we are the ones who produce the pyramids, the sun temples, writing? Because this Western alphabet is based on hieroglyphic writing. Hieroglyphic writing came from Ethiopia, Black Africa so-called. Yeah. And now there were 3 other types of alphabets. So the Greeks, the Romans, and so on, the Europeans, adapted our writing and produced an alphabet and come back to us and say, we're illiterate, we depend on oral history, we don't have a form of writing. Wherever they develop their form of writing from our writing. And then right now, if you go to Europe and America, they teach hieroglyphics. But in our universities, they can't teach hieroglyphics.
Why is that?
Because they are trying to say the authors of hieroglyphics were not indigenous Africans. That's why they even come with a story that ancient Egyptians came from Atlantis. And they say that ocean is Atlantic Ocean. But the old maps say that ocean was an Ethiopian ocean. And then they come here and say that you have Indian Ocean. But that ocean was the Zanj Ocean. And Zanj is the root of the word Azania, is the root of the word Tanzania, the root of the word Zanzibar, which is Zanzibar. So linguistically and otherwise, the whole of Africa is an indigenous African continent, and the people were indigenous Africans. Now you take Mediterranean Ocean. It was called Afar Ocean. The word Afar, like Afur, means in Hebrew is Ophir, which means the land of the Sun King. And then if you put Ka at the end, is Afar Ka or Afura Ka. And in Latin, Afura Ka becomes Africa. So even the word Africa is an indigenous word. They didn't create Africans. They didn't create Africa. So there are so many distortions. But now they say to us, education must prepare us for work. Whose work? So when our kids go to school with Indian and white kids, those ones are being prepared to create jobs, to be employers. Ours are being prepared to look for employment.
To be employees.
So they must be employed by their schoolmates. So the whole thing continues and continues.
Let's go back to a time before, because we can go back far behind, but I'd rather a time before the 3 ships arrived to South Africa, for example. Because I imagine in other African countries, there are ships that arrived as well. The story is probably very similar. But let's focus on our story here in this country of ours. When 3 ships arrived, what did they find when they got here? Because surely, and I like the phrase that we find often that says, so-and-so discovered Africa, yet they found people living there. So when they found here, what did they find? And not only the people, but also their knowledge base. What type of people did they find when they got here?
You know, to start with, a map of 115 drawn up by Ptolemy, in Greek Ptolemies, says there is Egypt. South of Egypt, at where the Aswan Dam is, from that area down, that's Ethiopia. They call it Ethiopia infra Egypt. So Ethiopia south of Egypt. The Arabs call it Bil al-Sudan, the land of black people. Now, south of the equator, they call it terra incognita. In other words, Southern Africa was called the unknown territory, terra incognita, but unknown to whom? To them.
Of course.
But with us, this area, terra incognita, was also called Akazimba. A means land, Ka means spirit, Zimba means the lion. The land of the spirit of the lion. Who is this lion? This lion is the sun god. So we were here, we believed in the sun king or the sun lion, Tawia Udimu, Isilo Samabandla, Morena Emuhul. Now, from the Zambezi to the Cape Colony, you have a map. This map says this was the land of Bakalaga. So, which means that before they arrived, we didn't have Zulus, we didn't have Pedis, Globedus, vendors. That's why when you talk to older people, like Wumau, Solomon Matlangu, and others, but all African people, we are the children of the sun. But now The first capital city, because the Bukhalaga Empire of Bukhalaga was founded by Moana Mutapa or Monomutapa, who came from ancient Ethiopia. Then they said Bukhalaga came to be known as the Empire of Monomutapa. That empire encompasses Botswana, Namibia, Mozambique. All of us belong to that. And the Portuguese and the Muslim records testify to that. So it's not a story that we are inventing. They have that story. Now, you find that the first capital city was at a place called Maulwe. That is 20 km from Musina to the west on Mapungubwe Pont Rift Road. And they have discovered artifacts and graves dating back to 450 there. But that has not yet been explored. Professor Thomas Hausen of Wits had started, but he died. From there, the royal family moved to a place called Bambanyalo. The archaeologists call it K2. From there, they went to Mapungubwe. When Mapungubwe declined, they went to Great Zimbabwe. And then the interference in the domestic affairs of the empire by the Arabs and the Portuguese led to the breakdown of that empire. And then the north came to be known as Mukaranga, the south as Urozi. And most of those Wakhalaga, they moved south and started this, the Zulu kingdom, the Pedi kingdom, the Tswana, and the Lesotho, and so on. Whose work? So when our kids go to school with Indian white kids, those ones are being prepared to create jobs, to be employers. Ours are being prepared to look for employment.
To be employees.
So they must be employed by their schoolmates. So the whole thing continues and continues.
Let's go back to a time before, because we can go back far behind, but I'd rather a time before the three ships arrived to South Africa, for example. Because I imagine in other African countries, there are ships that arrived as well. The story is probably very similar. But let's focus on our story here in this country of ours. When three ships arrived, what did they find when they got here? Because surely, and I like the phrase that we find often that says, so-and-so discovered Africa, yet they found people living there. So when they found here, what did they find? And not only the people, but also their knowledge base. What type of people did they find when they got here?
You know, to start with, a map of 115 drawn up by Ptolemy, in Greek Ptolemies, says there is Egypt. South of Egypt, at the where the Aswan Dam is. From that area down, that's Ethiopia. They call it Ethiopia infra Egypt. So Ethiopia south of Egypt. The Arabs call it Bil al-Sudan, the land of black people. Now, south of the equator, they call it terra incognita. In other words, Southern Africa was called the unknown territory, terra incognita, but unknown to whom? To them.
Of course.
But with us, this area, terra incognita, was also called Akazimba. A means land, Ka means spirit, Zimba means the lion. The land of the spirit of the lion. Who is this lion? This lion is the sun god, Tawia Mugaspedi. So we were here, we believed in the sun king or the sun lion, Tawia Udimu, Isilo Samabandla, Morena Emuhul. Now, from the Zambezi to the Cape Colony, you have a map. This map says this was the land of Bakalaga.
Okay.
So, which means that before they arrived, we didn't have Zulus, we didn't have Pedis, Lobedus, vendors. That's why when you talk to older people, like Wumau, Solomon Mahlangu, and others, okay. All African people. We are the children of the sun. But now, the first capital city, because the Khalaga Empire of Khalaga was founded by Moana Mutapa or Munomutapa, who came from ancient Ethiopia. Then they said Khalaga came to be known as the Empire of Munomutapa. That empire encompasses Botswana, Namibia, Mozambique. All of us belong to that. And the Portuguese and the Muslim records testify to that. So it's not a story that we are inventing. They have that story. Now, you find that the first capital city was at a place called Maulwe. That is 20 km from Musina to the west on Mapungubwe Pond Rift Road. And they have discovered artifacts and graves dating back to 450 there. But that has not yet been explored. Professor Thomas Hausen of Wits had started, but he died. From there, the royal family moved to a place called Bambanyalo. The archaeologists call it K2. From there, they went to Mapungubwe. When Mapungubwe declined, they went to Great Zimbabwe. And then the interference in the domestic affairs of the empire by the Arabs and the Portuguese led to the breakdown of that empire. And then the north came to be known as Mukaranga, the south as Urozi. And most of those Wakalaga, they moved south and started this, the Zulu kingdom, the Pedi kingdom, the Tswana, and the Lesotho, and so on.
And your DNA company, DNA Consultants, has also shown evidence of Cherokee having DNA ties to the ancient Phoenician and Minoan sea peoples, who are believed to have discovered the Americas thousands of years BCE. Explain.
So the Jews were kind of fellow travelers with the sea peoples. Phoenician really meant someone who was a rich merchant or trader and dealt in luxury goods. There were others before them, like the Minoans of Crete. You know, you could call all these people sea people. A Phoenician, you know, the bird rises from the ashes, and that became the national symbol for the Cherokee people, so that tells you something. And the Cherokee had 7 major clans, and one of them was the Paint Clan. Well, that's the Phoenicians, because that was their real name, the Paint People, you know, because they controlled the dye, the purple dye, which was one of the luxury goods of the ancient world.
I was surprised to hear some of the things that you were saying right here when you talk about depression and reveal suicidal thoughts. And I'm like, is this real? Is there poetic license? Like where did that come from? What prompted that?
I think I've pulled that song not only from previous experiences, but I think my whole life. I think everything is drawn out of that, even situations from Good Kid, Mad City. It wasn't that vulnerable. Nothing was as vulnerable as that record. So it's even pulling from those experiences of coming up in Compton. It's pulling with the experience of going through change and accepting change. That's the hardest thing for man, accepting change. And when I was on that tour bus and things is happening back home in my city or in my family that I can't do nothing about. It's out of my control. I don't put it in God's. I couldn't understand that. And that can draw a thin line, you know, between you having your sanity and you losing it. And this is how artists deteriorate if you don't catch yourself.
Michael Jackson holds the record with 12 nominations.
Yeah.
You almost had the same amount of nominations as Michael Jackson for Thriller.
The legend. I wouldn't want to go past that though.
No.
No.
But what if you had 13?
No. I take back. I can't fathom being as great as Michael without putting out the work. So 11 is perfect. You know, he's the legendary. I'm glad it's at 12.
What happens? Say you do get 13. Kendrick, let's think about this. It almost happened. I mean, then what do we have to do? You just gotta...
I don't know.
Yeah, you just gotta leave the country. You gotta do something else.
Because a lot of my inspiration comes from meeting people or going outside of the country or going around the corner to my old neighborhood, talking to a 5-year-old little boy. And I have to remember these things. You know, I have to write them down, and then 5 or 3 months later, I have to find that same emotion that I felt when I was inspired by it. So I had to dig all the way deep and see what were the things that triggered the idea of
Does it always come back?
It comes back. It comes back. It comes because I have key little words that make me realize the exact motion and what drew the inspiration. This is the challenge for me. Being able to talk about anything and make it connect to a listener, where the listener can either feel like you or feel like they understand you, or you have just a deeper connection through the music with the listener. Talking to a little kid, making that represent something, feel like something, or saying the most brutal, harsh things on record where, you know, society may not want to hear it, you know, but still having that connection. And you can look at a person, you can have a conversation with them. You know if, you know, whether it's the music or who they identify themselves with, if it comes from an organic place, a real place. And we call the consumers, you know, we've been told to call the consumers dumb, but they're not. They know when it's real.
Absolutely.
And they know if they can feel it, you know. Still to this day, when I look at my certain aspirations, as far as artists, when I look at Eminem, when I look at Jay, I felt, you know, the stories they were telling, you know, whether it was fictional or not. These ideas that they was putting down made me believe, you know, in everything that they were saying, because it just came from the space of whether a realistic point or just their imagination being so strong, you know, and so heavy, you know, that you just get bombarded into their ideas.
It's the reason, the true reason, the true meaning of imperfection. And that's beautiful. No matter what you're going through, imperfection is beautiful.
Did you know education in Libya is free?
People long to be free.
From kindergarten through college. And did you know that if a Libyan wanted to come to America to be educated, the government in Libya paid for their education? Did you know that?
According to the same report, Farrakhan applied to the Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control, asking that he be granted an exemption from the sanctions to permit acceptance of $1 billion pledged by Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi during a visit Farrakhan made to Libya.
I was there when he opened a $500 million hospital with 18 theaters for operation. I was there, and we went when he was making their own medicines. See, this was a man that gave free medical attention to all the citizens of Libya.
They need to respect the human rights and the universal aspirations of people.
And if Libya did not offer that kind of medical attention, they could fly anywhere in the world and get it. And the Libyan government would pay for it. Did you know that? No, you didn't. Did you know that from the oil money, every Libyan citizen got a stipend every year.
This is somebody who for 40 years had terrorized his country.
And did you know that that man had no debt? Everything in his country was paid for. See? Now, when you got a man that did that for an African nation and was trying to do that for all Africa, how do you think Europe felt about that?
You never like to see anybody come to the kind of end that he did.
Murdered and...
When Gaddafi insert in 1999 advanced coming out of the OAU to the African Union with a vision of the United States of Africa. Muammar Gaddafi spent, listen to me, billions of dollars to create the African Union.
The Treasury Department denied that request in a message to Farrakhan's lawyers in Chicago, asserting the continuing need of the United States to enforce its policy of isolating Libya, denying $1 billion, which is a gift meant for Black Americans from an African country.
And he was murdered in cold blood in the streets. I watched these rebels murder and slaughter African soldiers and policemen and any service providers that Gaddafi had brought to Libya.
Yeah,
right?
Because you're assuming that black people were brought to Libya. Can you see what I'm saying?
No, some of them are Ghanaian. They were begging to go back to Ghana. Nigerian begging to go back to Nigeria. So how can a black person now...
But bro, what I'm saying to you is there were indigenous black Libyans as well.
So why are they so racist towards them then? That's what makes it hard to understand how someone can rise to power.
Bro, what it is you've got to remember, we're talking a complicated story that is being misrepresented. Here's the point. Unless you know the deal, you would never know that, first of all, if you go back 2,000 years, Libya would have been black. Right? Just like, you got to remember.
Just like Egypt.
Just like Egypt.
Yes.
Right, just like Morocco, just like Tunisia. The Arab North Africans that are there today did not exist.
They're a mixture of invasions and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
You understand this?
Yeah. They got some black in them. There's someone in there knocking.
Yeah. But the point being is that Libya was fully. But even as late as Gaddafi's period, Libya still had black populations that had survived that period. And some of those people have since become rulers of Libya. 2 black men. Yes. And basically, if I was to do my Googling, because I downloaded the images as these men became. Yeah.
Please send me those images. They're going to go up on the screen. But please, I have to just ask this quickly, because how is that possible? Because like I said, they were murdering them.
Yeah,
so how do they now then rise to...
Here's what. You see, you're going to have to make that evidence disappear. You're going to have to make sure that nobody gets to see certain kinds of evidence. And that's how it's done. So let me give you an example. When I was back in the day...
How important is it for all the Arab nations to get together in your view? What is the importance of that? How important is it for you?
Importance for Arabs? You mean for Arabs?
Yes.
Of course, when they will be united in one country, not like now while they are divided. They are very weak now, economically and in the field of defense. In every field, in fact, because they are divided now. But when they unite their sources, their forces, they will be strong. They will be strong, particularly in the economic field, and they can defend themselves.
And the French know this. Francois Mitterrand, former president of France, said it himself. Without Africa, he declared, France will have no history in the 21st century. Today, of course, France faces competition from China within Africa, and new challenges to the colonial symbolism of the CFA franc. There are plans to change the currency's name and abandon the most overt symbols of the colonial past to make it look like the system is more African than French. But France has no intention of actually abandoning a system of extraction that has made it one of the richest nations on Earth. The real question is whether the next generation of Africans will allow it to continue.
From the 1930s onwards, France came to dominate the money supply in French-speaking Africa. With new power came new extrajudicial perks. Paris gained access to African labor and raw materials at sub-market prices, while finished goods were sold back to Africa at above-market prices. French neo-colonialism was so intrusive, so ruthless, so unique that it earned a name of its own, France-Afrique. Following World War II, however, things changed. Paris joined the Bretton Woods system, and as a result, the French franc was devalued to set a fixed exchange rate with the US dollar. These fiscal reforms were taking place at a time when Africa was decolonizing itself. A weaker currency only added fuel to the fire. So, to hold on to its African holdings, France conjured a new currency in 1945 called the CFA franc, and forced its colonies to adopt it. Initially, the CFA franc was pegged to its French counterpart at a rate of 1.7 to 1, but in 1948 it was increased to 2 to 1. By overvaluing the CFA franc, Paris maintained its economic advantage while crushing Africa's export competitiveness. So in a way, France built its post-war recovery partially to a wealth transfer from Africa. Even so, the most effective forms of control are those that are invisible. Recognizing this in 1958, France hijacked authentic decolonization by installing local collaborators and granting them statehood. These collaborators became the custodians of France's neo-colonial empire by maintaining the franc zone and French military bases. Only Guinea turned down the offer. Its leader, Sékou Touré, declared that his people preferred being poor in freedom than rich in slavery. Guinea thus rejected the CFA franc, seeking to develop its own currency. France felt it needed to make an example of Guinea, so it cut pensions to war veterans, dismantled Guinea's power grid, and then attempted to block its UN membership. France went as far as to induce hyperinflation by flooding the country with counterfeit bills, all the while funding armed anti-government resistance. Yeah, it got pretty crazy. The plan ultimately failed to dislodge Sékou Touré, but Guinea's economy never fully recovered. Likewise, when Togo had a change of heart and sought to ditch the CFA franc, France made another example, this time without loose ends. Togo's leader, Sylvanus Olympio, was assassinated in January 1963. French involvement is suspected, but official records remain conveniently closed. Of itself, further attempts to conceal French imperialism followed. The CFA franc was split into two currencies covering the Central and West African states. By the mid-1970s, their respective central banks were Africanized and moved to Yaoundé and Dakar. Though local Africans staffed these institutions, there were no fundamental policy changes, and France retained veto power over the banks' governing statutes. This included a requirement that member states deposit half their exchange reserves at the French treasury, plus another 20% for financial liabilities, meaning member states retained access only to 30% of their money. Moreover, all foreign exchange conversions were to pass through the French treasury. The way this fiscal policy works is by operations accounts. These are special accounts held at the French treasury. The denominations are in euros, but when accounts are in credit, the African central banks effectively place their foreign exchange reserves at France's disposal. But when the central bank's accounts are in debit, they are obligated to pay interest to the French treasury. In other words, CFA member states pay France to hold on to their money. Even more unsettling, no one knows what France does with the money. The French treasury does not disclose this information even to CFA franc nations. So it wouldn't be out of the ordinary if France were to reinvest African funding for French profit. However, one looks at it, the CFA scheme is an effective moneymaker for France, and French businesses benefit as much as the French treasury. More specifically, France doesn't need to draw on its foreign exchange reserves for African imports. Dozens of French multinationals are present in Africa, including Total Energies, Areva, and Vinci. Africa also grants France access to strategic resources like uranium, which is indispensable for France's nuclear energy sector, meeting 3/4 of French energy needs. Meanwhile, Gabon is a source of crude oil, Mauritania delivers iron ore, while Togo and Benin provide agricultural commodities. Additionally, the icing on the cake, French national Vincent Bolloré owns most of West Africa's major ports. It is thus not by incident that former French President Jacques Chirac once stated that much of the money in French banks comes precisely from exploiting Africa, and that France would lose its global standing without its African empire. To preserve its hegemony, France has intervened militarily on the continent 40 times since the 1960s. From propping up corrupt dictators to conducting military operations in the Sahel. Moreover, the configurations of the CFA franc allow profits and capital to be repatriated with ease. Between 1970 and 2010, Ivory Coast lost $40 billion to capital flight, which could have reduced poverty by 10% annually had it been reinvested domestically.
Welcome back to Alternative Histories, the show where we unravel the threads of our past to weave a different tapestry of what might have been. Today, we plunge into a reality where a pivotal event didn't occur. What if Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, the leader with visions as vast as the Sahara, had never been killed? How would our world map redraw, geopolitics shift, and cultures evolve? Stay with us as we dive deep into this tantalizing what-if. The great man-made river. Colonel Muammar Gaddafi dreamt not of oil rivers, but water, to turn deserts green. Envisioned as the eighth wonder, the great man-made river isn't just infrastructure. It was Gaddafi's commitment to life. Named the Great Man-Made River, it wasn't just about water. It was about self-reliance, prosperity, and agricultural renaissance. Beneath Libya's sands lay one of the world's largest underground freshwater reserves, the Nubian Sandstone Aquifer System. The plan: a vast network of pipelines and aqueducts transporting this hidden treasure to the parched lands above. But the river's ripples could have gone further. Freshwater isn't just an African concern. With Europe's growing demand, Libya had the potential to become a major water supplier. Imagine a world where water, not oil, reshapes global politics, where alliances aren't forged in oil fields but over freshwater treaties. Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, beyond his ambitions for Libya, envisioned a united African continent. His tools: diplomacy and collaboration.
You came to power in Libya in 1969. Long time ago. Do you have thoughts on who might succeed you?
I gave up power or authority since 1977. Once this Jamahiriya was established, the state of the masses was established, the people's authority was also established. Ever since that date, I am not in power anymore.
So you are not the leader of your country?
I am the leader of the revolution, not the leader of the country.
There's still a revolution going on.
في ثورة ما زال مستمرة في ليبيا. Yes.
What's your proudest achievement?
The establishment or the emergence of the People's Authority.
ووضع حجر الأساس لعصر جديد في العالم وهو عصر الجماهيريات.
And laying down the cornerstone for the world, a new era. It's the era of the masses.
What was your biggest mistake? No one's perfect.
فيش حد كامل سيدي، في خطأ حصل.
أكيد يعني.
For sure mistakes.
Do you have a mistake that you wish you could do over?
يعني أنا أعترف أن في عدد من الأخطاء وقعت أكيد.
I admit, I confess that a number of mistakes happened.
يعني ممكن واحدة من الأخطاء اللي نذكرها أن احنا كنا متحمسين لصناعة القنبلة الذرية من وقت ما قامت الثورة.
One of the mistakes that I may mention that ever since the inception of the revolution, we were very much enthusiastic and eager to have the nuclear weapon, to manufacture a nuclear bomb.
بعد كبرنا وبعد شفنا العالم كيف تغير لقينا هذا شيء مش مفيد.
After we have grown up and we have seen how the world has changed, we have seen that it is not beneficial.
You want to see all nuclear weapons gone.
تريد أن ترى كل الأسلحة النووية منتهية. نهاية لكل الأسلحة النووية.
What do you think of Ahmadinejad?
كيف يعني? What is the question about him?
What do you like him? Do you know him? What do you think of him?
يعني أنا ما نعرفهاش.
I don't know him. But any head of a state or any leaders of the peoples, they should be viewed from the perspective of view of their own people, whether their own people like them or don't like them, they are supporting them, not supporting them, they are with them or against them. This is how they should be viewed or how they should be.
Well, the world can have an opinion, though. Anyway.
هذا العالم ممكن يكون عنده رأي في القادة وفي الرؤساء يعني.
يعني ما نقدرش احنا نكونوا أقدر على تقييم الحاكم من شعبه.
We cannot be in a position better to assess or value the leader or the president more than his own people can do so.
What if I told you Gaddafi was the Michael Jackson of the Middle East? He was protected by 40 virgin bodyguards at all times, yet they were nowhere to be found when he was impaled up the culo. He was depending on y'all ladies. Abortion was illegal in Libya, so he built an underground bunker to take care of the many pregnancies he was responsible for. It ain't tricking if you got it, stupid. He had a fixation for Ukrainian women and made all of them call him Poppy. He's the first ever Libyan-born Dominican. Inspiring. He referred to Condoleezza Rice as his darling African woman, and in his defense, Shorty could get it. At a conference in Algiers, he wore a white glove to avoid shaking the bloodstained hands of Arab leaders, a move taken directly from the King of Pop's playbook. He's a natural-born showman. It's safe to say Tony Montana meets Saddam Hussein was a fashion icon.
Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, beyond his ambitions for Libya, envisioned a united African continent. His tools: diplomacy and collaboration. Through the African Union, he sought to strengthen bonds. From economic treaties to military alliances, Gaddafi's vision was holistic. To this unity was the African gold dinar, a currency backed by gold, challenging the dominance of Western currencies. A self-reliant Africa dictating its economic fate. Imagine an Africa with collective bargaining power, unified policies, a colossal global player. Yet unifying a diverse continent wasn't without its critics. Ethical dilemmas, regional interests, and historical grudges loomed large. Gaddafi's dream for a unified Africa, whether achievable or a mirage, remains an audacious vision of a man who saw a future not in fragments, but in unity. With stability at home and oil demands reducing, Africa turns its gaze to the sun and wind. The global energy crisis, alleviated by an Africa leading the charge in renewables. With plans to invest billions into renewable energy, Gaddafi sought to transform Libya into a solar powerhouse. This wasn't just about Libya. Gaddafi envisioned powering African nations, eradicating energy poverty, and connecting the continent. From an oil titan to a renewable energy leader, Libya's pivot could challenge global energy dynamics, yet nature and politics pose challenges. Desert storms, political interests, and the massive shift from oil were hurdles. With Africa's ascent, power dynamics shift. The Middle East sees an ally in their African neighbors. Not to be left out, China, recognizing a unified Africa's potential, forges powerful trade and cultural exchanges, shared interests with the Middle East, collaborative projects with China. The world tilts its axis. Gaddafi's alliance with China and the Middle East ushers in an era of booming tourism. China's tech prowess converges with Libya's untapped potential. A hub of innovation rises in the heart of North Africa.
By the time of Gaddafi's assassination, Libya had the highest GDP per capita and life expectancy in Africa. Fewer people lived below the poverty line than in the Netherlands. Many of Gaddafi's supporters continued to laud his administration for the creation of an almost classless society through domestic freedom. A regime that combated homelessness, ensuring access to food and safe drinking water, and a dramatic improvement in education. They also applaud his moves in medical care, praising the universal free health assistance provided under Gaddafi's administration, with diseases like cholera and typhoid being contained and life expectancy raised. The name of Libya was changed several times during Gaddafi's tenure as leader. From 1969 to 1977, the name was the Libyan Arab Republic. In 1977, the name was changed to the Socialist People's Libyan Arab Jamahiriya, and in 1986, it was changed to the Great Socialist People's Libyan Arab Jamahiriya after the US bombing that year. The name Jamahiriya was given by Gaddafi himself, meaning the state of masses. Throughout his long rule of over 42 years, Gaddafi defended his position against oppositions and coup attempts that emerged from both the military and the general population. He reacted to these threats on one hand by maintaining a careful balance of power between the forces in the country and by brutal suppression on the other. Libya under Gaddafi was not entirely hellish, as the world has been made to believe. Throughout Gaddafi's tenure in Libya, ambitious social programs were launched in areas of education, health, housing, public works, amongst others. These policies led to a substantial improvement in the living conditions of Libyans, from being one of the poorest countries in Africa in 1969 to being the continent's leader in Human Development Index in 2011. What comparisons can you make for Libya at the time of Muammar Gaddafi and present-day Libya under Mohammed Yunus al-Menfi?
Trade routes flourish, oil meets technology meets tradition. The global economy recalibrated. In a world of shifting sands, the imagined union of Gaddafi's Libya, the Middle East, and China reshapes the global landscape, challenging norms and forging new destinies. Harnessing Chinese technology and Middle Eastern might, the Libyan army evolves into a formidable modern force. Shared insights and expertise, a new breed of Libyan soldier emerges, skilled, disciplined, and technologically adept. A united Africa, with a currency rooted in its abundant mineral wealth, provides the economic clout to fuel Libya's military ambitions. A united Africa, with a currency rooted in its abundant mineral wealth, provides the economic clout to fuel Libya's military ambitions. Yet, with great power comes intricate diplomacy. Gaddafi, steering this massive ship, balances aspirations with global responsibilities. But beneath the dreams of progress, the weight of authoritarian rule pressed heavily. Gaddafi's influence permeated Africa with aid, investments, and partnerships, yet with them came the export of his governance model. For many Libyans, and potentially others, life under prolonged Gaddafi rule meant surveillance, curtailed freedoms, and harsh reprisals. In this imagined world, Gaddafi's legacy is a double-edged sword. Monumental dreams realized, yet personal freedoms sacrificed. A realm of wonders, but also whispers. Join us next time as we journey through the corridors of history and its many what-ifs.
Donald Trump is not saying anything we have not heard from white people. In all the hearings, I even commented and said, I'm still to meet a white person who supports expropriation of land without compensation. So why are you shocked? I see leaders of the EFF and everybody responding to Donald Trump. I don't have time for nonsense. If South Africans are not ready to expropriate the land because they are scared of sanctions, they are scared of backlash, then don't vote for the EFF. Because you vote for us, we are going to expropriate land. And Donald Trump will come for us. And Britain will come for us. And the EU will come for us. I said, and I said this throughout my life in the movement, that for everything good comes the pain before.
You gotta do a lot of like self-evaluation, and you gotta do a lot of hard decision making, you know. But you gotta, I think that if you committed to progress and you committed to success, that you gonna figure it out based on survival and necessity. It's tricky, man, because it's a lot of mental reprogramming you gotta do more than anything, more than removing yourself from an environment. You have to mentally reprogram yourself for success.
That gets me thinking about, our current state of society, because what we currently digest, right, is nothing but the devil.
Yeah.
We have a society that is wholly demoralized. completely lacks of values, right? So therefore, most people are stripped of the strength that is required to be defensive or offensive against the devil, right? So they can't filter what comes to them because they've also built these algorithms. You click one thing, you like it one time, right? You may have just been goofy at the moment, and then they send it to you again 10 more times.
That's right.
So now you're digesting more of that thought, feeding that thing. And we see this because we have influencers, we have companies, we have institutions, corporations. The ones that continue to grow decade over decade is the one that we literally feed with energy, right? We give them our money, we give them our time, right? We give them our resources. It's the same thing if you walk into somebody, I'm going to give them a piece of my mind. Okay, what about the person that's, you usually talking about somebody you dislike or hate.
Right, that's right.
What about somebody that's beneficial to you? Are you going to go with the same vigor and passion to that person and tell them, I love you so much?
Right.
We normally not going to do that. But when it's that anger that pops up, we don't know all the time how to turn that alchemical process into something that's positive for us. So I remember I was talking with my brother Wall Street to say, you know, the problem a lot of times is that the devil be working hard and the gods be doing lazy, right? And it's like, no, I see you get out there and run marathons.
Yes, sir.
You're not a lazy God.
Yes, sir.
And what I mean by that is some people believe that my moral goodness is enough. No, there has to be work and execution. There has to be electricity behind that to empower it so that that thought becomes a part of the field of reality that people are digesting. Because the devil be working 24 around the clock and he go come up with a system for a system for a system.
No, that's right.
You know what I mean? And then he go come up with a plan for a plan for a plan.
That's right.
Right?
So scripture says it like this, though. Resist the devil and he will flee from you. So now we're talking, how you said, man, how do I even get the strength up to resist whenever I'm being bombarded? There's an old saying that opportunity may only knock once, but temptation is leaning on the doorbell. It's always. Respite means delay my doom, delay my judgment. Then look at Satan. So after he gets a delay on his judgment, now he lays out in these 7 different places everything he's going to do to defeat man. He said, I'm going to cause him to become ungrateful. I'm going to make him remain disappointed.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to cause him to take his low desires as a God besides God. I will make all of them deviate. So now, if I'm in a world and I know Satan's playbook, so okay, one thing I got to make sure that I don't become ungrateful.
Yes, sir.
So gratitude's got to be an operation I engage in daily. Remaining disappointed means that I can't allow myself that when something bad happens to get depressed. Then I can't allow myself to take my low desires as a God, and I can't deviate. I can't fall away from what I know is good, true, and right. When we talked earlier today, I was thinking about the verse in Ephesians 6 when you were talking about thought world wars.
Yes, sir.
There's a scripture in Ephesians 6 where Paul says that we war not with flesh and blood, but we war with principalities and the rulers of the darkness of this world. Look at this. And spiritual wickedness that exists in high places. Now, most preachers will teach this to mean that we're clashing with political and social governments and systems. But the real spiritual wickedness that exists in high place, you'll know where it is because look at the weapons we were told to get. A breastplate of righteousness, a helmet of salvation, the sword of the Spirit, the belt or loins girded with the truth, feet shod in the gospel, and above all, he said, the shield of faith. All these are spiritual, psychological weapons. Letting us know that the real battle ain't against the Democrat, the Republican, this no, the real battle is in here. This is where it's at. So our task is to put on that whole armor of God.
Yes, sir.
And if you operate in the world and you thinking that you're not a warrior and a soldier and that you're not at war to keep your mind, then you're going to be a victim of the default menu of this world, which is everything you laid out. The default menu of this world is you're going to be a victim, not a victor.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be one that copes with life, not conquers life. You're going to be a slave, not a master. But if you become a warrior, put on that whole armor and stay grateful. Don't allow yourself to become too disappointed. Be disappointed enough to make a change, but don't remain in that state where you get depressed. Don't take your low desires for a God besides God, and don't step away and pull away from what you know is right. Then you will be resisting the devil and he will flee. You know, from my little study and time of being a student of the minister, he said this, and this kind of will help budget your time so you don't feel like you have to be so hands-on to help somebody. He said the best and only way to produce change in others is to lead by example.
Yes, sir.
He said nothing speaks louder than an example. So once we understand that concept, now we can say that I feel justified, not guilty anymore. I feel proper when I'm making an investment in my beingness, not so much all of my sayingness or my doingness for other people. My beingness for them is what. So whenever somebody sees something and they don't market no product that is supposed to produce change or transformation without a before and a after.
Yes, sir.
So when people can see and know your before and then know your after, the interested one is going to say, man, that's me. I'm before, but I want to be the him after.
Yes, sir.
Let me start studying and observing him. So your example begins to speak louder than any word that you could have. In the science of those three gates, you know, there's a scripture in 3 John that says, above all things, God talking, brethren, I wish that you would prosper and be in good health, even as thy soul prospereth. So these are three categories. Prosperity, that's the acquisition of material wealth. Health, which is, you know, people always say health is wealth. No, health is way more valuable than wealth.
Yes, sir.
In the Holy Quran, it says that when a person is all the way on their deathbed, sick, I don't care how rich they are. This is my interpretation, my translation of it.
Yes, sir.
They will give all the wealth they had in their possession and all the wealth of the world to be able to stay on the scene a few more days. So health trumps wealth. But the God is saying, above all things, brother, I wish you to be prosper, be in good health. But look, even as thy soul prosper. Even means in addition to, but when you look at the word even, it also means on the same level as. So now the prosperity, the success, the economics, the fulfillment physically in the material world, the health, it has to come up to the level of where the soul is.
Yes, sir.
So I wouldn't put an importance on the ear, the eye, or the mouth. I would say, think which one or what you're putting in any of the three that feeds the soul.
Yes, sir.
Then the health, and then build your wealth. And if we're doing that, you know, and for the record to those in the viewing audience, soul food is not greens with no ham hock in the corner.
Yeah.
Soul food, not no cornbread and no pork chop. That's not soul food. That's slave food.
Yes, sir.
Soul is the essence of God deposited in man. You can't feed that with trichina worm infested meat. You have to feed it with truth, feed it with righteousness, feed it with that which is good. And when you do that, if that goes in the gates, that tonic, it's going to promote healing. And so, you know, they're all interdependent. I wouldn't separate one from the other. I would say that all three are important. I'm leaning heavily to the eye because the eye is the only part of the brain that's exposed to the world.
Yes, sir.
But what we see, what we observe, what we listen to, and what we eat work in concert with one another to provide the mind with the raw material to build itself up and to build our life.
Yes, sir. So I got a question. I want to ask it like this so you can build on top of this. And it's simple. What is a thought?
Wow. Well, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said this. He just dropped it out there. He said, thoughts are real. They're unseen, but they're not unreal. So the scientists, when they look at the physicality of thought, and we kind of can tell that thoughts are substantive. They're fast moving. You can't see them, but we know that they're real because certain thoughts in a certain environment can change the way the air is in that environment.
Correct.
So you go in an environment where people thinking crazy and talking crazy, you'll say, what, man, I was there, but I don't know what they was talking about or what they was thinking about, but the air was so thick I could have cut it with a butter knife.
Yes, sir.
But you go into a home of a spiritual family that's kind and nice, and you'll say, it's just something about this. It's just so, the air seems so light. It's a healing. What happened? The thoughts renegotiated the molecular structure of the air that people are breathing in that environment. Good and clean thoughts make the air light and easy to breathe and have healing properties in them. But negative thoughts, slander and gossip speech ends up slowing down those molecules, dulling them, making it a thick, smoggy environment. So the scientists say thoughts are electrochemical energy, fast moving fluid with electrical charge in it. That's deep. Because if the messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, is telling us that what affects the stomach affects the mind, and what affects the mind affects the stomach, what's the goal of digestion? It's to turn solid into liquid or to turn physical into chemical. And then once the food is broken down into chemical form, whatever the ingredients of the food in chemical form are, it integrates with the blood. It now begins to travel through the 60,000 miles of arteries through the human body. He said it takes 8 minutes and 20 seconds for one drop of blood to go from the top of your head to the crown, sole of your foot, back to the crown of your, so it circulates in 8 minutes and 20 seconds. So if I'm breaking down food into chemical and my thoughts are chemical, then when the chemicals of the food get to my brain, they integrate and mix with the chemicals of my thought. So even if I was thinking good thoughts, if I'm eating bad food, my good thoughts can be corrupted. So they're interdependent in that sense. So thoughts, we should see them not as little ghost words moving around in our head or in the atmosphere, but we should see them as electrochemical energy that have commands inside of them.
Yes, sir.
And know that whatever we're eating can even mess with what we're thinking.
If you don't hear anything else that I say today, if everything else went over your head or you forgot, hear me this, screen record this, send this to your friends, post it on your social media, share it on all of the apps. The number one thing that you absolutely must be suspicious of in this time and in this season is anybody with money or in a position of power telling you who your enemy is, telling you who you should be angry with, and telling you how you should respond to your own anger. That is the lesson of this moment. That is the opportunity of this moment. That is the time and season we are in. Stop letting people with a whole bunch of money and in positions of power tell you who your enemy is, tell you who you should be angry with, and tell you how you should respond to your own anger. And I'm speaking directly to Bernie Sanders and AOC. You have got to understand this. This is so critical. This is what I'm talking about when I say that the Democrats neutralize any radical and revolutionary sentiment in this country because their job is to preserve the status quo. And so while the words that are coming out of Bernie Sanders' mouth are telling you that the problem is oligarchs, he is still working to preserve the economic and social structures that have encouraged and supported this moment. He is the one that allowed the Democratic Party to siphon off the political movement that he built into Hillary Clinton and the Democratic Party. He's the one that did it. He's the one that could not fix with his own mouth to say no to genocide. Do not fall for it. AOC left her girl in the squad hanging. She is a fucking traitor. Do not fall for it. They are your enemy. Do not allow these politicians to tell you what to do in response to your anger. You feel the contradiction. You feel this moment. You are witnessing. It's real. It's happening. The math is not adding up.
They decided to agree to what God told them. And anytime that they changed their mind without involving what was involved with that decision, then they wasn't able to see that decision through. And any other thing that they chose was only going to be fragmented. Simple as that, right? Why would you not just focus on what it is, specific, nigga, that is serving your energy, that you can invest your own energy in, that of course you can, of course, guide as well as change, as well as develop, as well as maneuver through, as well as direct towards. That's what you can, nigga, control is yourself, nigga. But most people don't feel like they're in control of their own life. Because it happened early for us. Most of us, it happened. I mean, I'm not exempt. I'm not no different. And it's layers to it based on the decisions that I make in my life and finishing those decisions. And when I get there saying, okay, well, what's the next best thing or the next easiest thing or the next most pleasurable thing or the next most respectingly faithful thing, right? Trusting in what? What do I trust in? Who do I trust? I don't trust, nigga. I just do, nigga. Give a fuck about faith, trust, belief, hope. As you do, you see. As you do, you see. Decide what to do that shit. Simple as that. Ain't shit to talk about. Nigga ask you a question. Ask them, why do you ask me this question? And if they can't even tell you the reason they ask you, then you not responding to them will be even more of an answer to them. Because your actions is gonna speak louder. Right? A lot of people, it's all mixed up and get caught up, trapped in the vernacular, in the exchange, in the dialogue, in the deliberation between lack of fucking nigga action. Lack of fucking action. It's all faith, belief, hope, nigga. Trust is. How do you know if a person trusts you without them telling you? Outside of their actions. Right? And even in your interpretation of their actions, what is your concern about whether or not they trust you or not? Hopefully it can be that it is because you would like to be able to experience and share trust with them and trusting them with them trusting you. Generally speaking, we are just wanting to make sure that we can get away with whatever else when it comes to whatever type people. Yes? For whatever other decisions that we've made in regards to it. So, being that it is, that the only change and control that we have is ourselves, and added as well as continued development of that dynamic opens up endless possibilities for whatever else might be circumstantial in your life or whoever else's life. to be honest, right? Which is why they wanted to kill Jesus, right? Which is why there's, global domination, right? And industrialism, yes? So as to distract you from that inner peace, from that journeying through whatever decisions, right? There's this hate monster, right? That is instigated is what? Which is why. It's fear, you understand? The source of hate is fear. The source of anything other than love is fear. There's, of course, a function for it. There's a reason for it, but it has no meaning outside of just the very reason in the function, basically, is the real meaning of it. Because everything is love. Fear is nothing but the other side of love. It's returning to itself from its furthest complementing degree, basically. Love is many-sided, it is all-sided. There is nothing that love is not. It's the thing about it, including itself. It cannot be itself. It's the only thing that cannot be itself. Okay? Why? Because it has to do with not only just one person or one thing. It has to do with how things relate to each other. Right? And that's where you got the two extremes of how you can consider, right, to do the two different aspects. It's either going to be out of fear or out of love when it comes to between you and whoever else or whatever else. Which is why I guess they try to, match up or include people with things in nouns, Because really, there's nothing else other than you, your own energy in itself. Consciousness. If energy is consciousness, or consciousness is energy, and energy is matter, and matter in itself is material existence, having to do with persons, places, or things. Nouns, yes. Because actions are what? Are verbs. And an adjective describes a noun, while an adverb describes an action. So you have what? You have things, people, and places, and then you have what those things, people, and places fucking do is what you have. And they're going to do it out of two things, out of two motivational aspect degrees of the same possibility, or what is it called? Inspiration, basically. And that's going to be, it really is all love. Yes. Hate in itself, you can't hate something that you don't care about, right? And the stronger your hate becomes is really just your misassociation with how much it makes a difference to you, how much it affects your heart, basically. That's what hate comes from. Yeah, that's why they try to say philosophy, right? Love of wisdom. Nigga, what the fuck is that? I thought love was in your heart. What the fuck? It got to do with wisdom. Well, a lot of people don't realize, that the first triad of the tree of life is the entire tree. You don't never need to fold down into whatever type of questionable, confirmable, provable details or facts having to do with the middle bridge of knowledge or dot, yes? Or the tunnels of Set or the tentacles of Cthulhu, where the entire other rest of the structure comes from, where you got that second love that pop up that actually is. What else is that, But aside from but the flip side, flip mirror side, bridge away across from that would be fear. Faith in itself is the first sphere. Faith in itself is the first sphere, having to do with the thought of anything. Yes? Faith that is what it needs to be. Is the only thing that's going to guide you to how it actually needs to apply to you or anything else. Second thoughts, yo. Second thoughts, yo. Second thoughts is what throw you off. Maybe we ought to think twice before we start something. Nah, no need to sacrifice the spice of life. Think twice, think twice. Boom, ba-down. You see, that right there is what it is that I'm even referring to, ho. You hear me? If I would have had been actually thought of the fact that I was gonna sing that, I wouldn't have been in that, actually been able to share that true resonant sort of melody, you know, melodic harmony like I just was able to do. Because my nigga, like I said, I'm a lyricist, I'm a vocalist. Low key, not that officially, that's what it fucking is I do. Otherwise, I'd be motherfucking rich. Out the ass right now, nigga. I'm a player, nigga. Okay, look. But the point is nothing that you're not, fool. Whatever it is that you feel me, you conjure, my nigga. Whatever it is that you collect, right? And pull, nigga, through that 0 point. Collect into function, into application. To be honest with you, bro, what made me to where I can pick up on that? Being around different shit. Just like anyone else, bro. Luther would tell you himself, right? I used to listen to James, right? Michael Jackson tell you himself, cuz how did Michael Jackson, the #1 king of pop, nigga? The coldest dancer on earth next to James Brown? Right, don't forget, James Brown started all that. Right? Michael will tell you himself, yeah, I used to watch Elvis. Nigga. Right? If it had not been around it, then not to say that he wouldn't have thought of it, Elvis got it from somewhere. Well, yeah, he got it from somewhere. Nigga, all this shit comes from the continent, nigga. Fuck you mean? Every dance you can name today, nigga, go back to tribal, sacred, ceremonial, nigga, postures, nigga. You feel like I'm playing? Well, I'm a player, nigga. But I ain't playing. I mean, I'm joking around with you. Same time, what I'm saying, it's not necessarily a joke, even though it may be funny. I'm just saying, as far as sound is concerned. You hear what I mean? Because light is sound in itself, and light give you life, nigga. So whoop-de-wop. That mean what? That mean think twice or don't, right? That mean think twice or don't, but you can't help either one. You can, but it is either that you do help it or you don't help it. As far as the hall of two truths is concerned. Yes, and it was something I was going to tell you about, man. I don't know if I want to even mention, but it's the same thing about it is, it was something I was going to tell you about. Oh, man, I don't know if I want to even mention, but I know I'm going to forget about it enough to where it'll end up being some time before I return to it. Right? If I'm in it, then inshallah, I'm able to be there to say it tomorrow, nigga, which is not nothing to depend on. However, there's no room for fear. There's, you know what I mean? As far as like worrying about what don't happen. At the same time, making sure of what you can make sure of before it is, of course, it's not made sure of for whatever reason. Well, see, that's the whole point. Whatever is meant to be will be, and that is why it is always most effective never to speak on anything. To be honest, we not even supposed to be speaking to each other. Yo, like I always tell you, if telepathy is fucking possible, then where would words come in at? Well, maybe to sing. Perhaps. I don't know. That might have something to do with why all of the original Sanskrit recordings started as mantra, actual rhythm songs, my nigga. Yes? So that's where you even start to even get rhythm, quote unquote, language into words via syllables. Is all through isolated particular vibratory syllables, firstly, my nigga. Each syllable, bro, was an entire universe in themselves, my nigga. I.e. the 16th syllable. This podcast. No? Have you not been following? Well, listen, this is what it is that I'm saying to you. I'm talking to you about talking to you is what it is. I'm talking to you about talking to you is what it is. No, because me, I don't have to say nothing. Just like you don't have to say nothing. So anything you saying is already going to be half a lie is the part about two truths. The second truth is false. One is true, one is false, but both are both. You know what I'm talking about? Because it can be true now, but things change is the part. It's the idea with thinking twice. Yes, the second thought is either going to match or it's not. Then you have the thought about the second thought, right? As far as between the first and the second is the actual final thought, because first of all, the first thought before even rethinking it, yes, it already includes that fourth. Already includes that fourth. So say for instance you have a composerary, instinctual notion. Yes, like I think I want to wear turquoise today. That's something that you don't, that maybe you see and you say, oh, that'd be nice to wear that. That's different. What I'm saying to myself is you think you're just experiencing you-ness, right? And you say to yourself, without even saying really to yourself before you think twice about what it is that you're feeling, or that you think of subconsciously or super consciously, which the subconscious is the super conscious. Yes? Is it not? Well, see, that's the whole point. The super conscious is that to where it's like you already occupied in life, just living, being you know what I'm saying? You-ness, to where you don't even think about what you thought of. Until, of course, it is, you don't even think about what you thought of. Already saturated, been marinated, right? Like, say, for instance, you say in the back of your mind, oh, I want to wear turquoise. I'm going to put on some turquoise soon, right? And when I put it on, I'm going to deck it out. I'm going to floss it out. And I know exactly the hue I want to wear, and I want to wear, because, you know what I'm saying? It just feel good to just, you feel me? Have everything extra clean, right? Fresh and crispest, yes. Tied off, yes, with the fixings and the trinkets, but it's gonna be one color or the next, and it's gonna have to, you know what I'm saying, represent as well as symbolize your freshness, you know what I mean, your freshness, you know what I mean, your crispness, my nigga, the flaviousness. So there's ranges of how you can do that. Whenever it is you do it, it's a way you do it, right? You can always throw on a white tee, a crispest white tee, right? With some white khakis, right? That's crispest enough, right? You got to have, you're gonna have on white and white. You know you got to throw on some Chuck T's or some Cortezes or maybe some Forces. Forces are cliche. I mean, if you're gonna throw some Forces on, you might as well throw on some J's. If you're gonna throw some Forces on, you might as well throw on some Timbos. Right? You might as well put some Timberlands on, some all white Timberlands. Ugh. Now we conversating now. You feel me? Now it's Flavius. It's began to get Julius Flavius almost, right? Because the thing about it is, and what's so individual, right? What's so special about it, yes? As in, one time only, you're gonna rock these white Timbs, they only gonna be as cold as they are, right? Crispest, frosty crispest, the first time you rock them to wherever it is that you rock them. And hopefully there's no red wine that you're getting involved. Not to say hopefully there's not any red wine, but you don't spill any red wine that there would be on your crispest white Timbs. No. Because then they're just ruined. You know what I'm talking about? And you can't rock them a second day, a second time, nowhere else, and have them be at least crispest enough to be as crispest as they as Crispus calls for. You know what I'm talking about? Right? Because first of all, the bottom of your shoes, first of all, you're not supposed to wear your shoes to your car. You're supposed to have them next to you in the seat in your car while you're rocking where you're going, right? You know what I'm talking about? You got to have white socks on, so you got to wait to put your socks on. So first of all, you got to have 2 pairs of socks that you're rocking. And the socks that you walk in, or the slippers, you can always slide the slippers on, right? Till you actually gonna throw your kicks on. You feel me? You got them already covered up in the box in case whatever type of freak accident you hit lightning strike out of nowhere, nigga, in the middle of the sunny day, and then just a storm, a strong ass storm, winter storm, twister. Nigga, cyclone, monsoon, nigga, just out of nowhere, just get splashed through the window or you whip, and you got your shoes all open, you feel me? Exposed, and they get splashed before you can put them on for the first time. So that's why you gotta have them covered up in a box, in the trunk, fool. With you on your way where it is that you're gonna explore. Of course, present them, cuz, to society. Yes. Well, a lot of people don't realize, cuz, that the first triad of the tree of life is the entire tree. You don't never need to fold down into whatever type of questionable, you know what I'm saying, confirmable, provable details or facts having to do with the middle bridge of knowledge or dot, yes? Or the tunnels of Set or the tentacles of Cthulhu, where the entire other rest of the structure comes from, where you got that second love, that pop up, that actually is. What else is that, cuz? But aside from, but the flip side, flip mirror side, bridge away across from that would be fear. Faith in itself is the first fear. Faith in itself is the first fear, having to do with the thought of anything. Yes, faith that is what it needs to be is the only thing that's going to guide you to how it actually needs to apply to you or anything else. It's faith in that it is what it needs to be. So I know hope or believe in what it is. Need it. Trust to get you up out of that fucking belief or hope. Hopefully back, nigga, up towards, nigga, true discernment as opposed to disparity as to wanting it to be what you feel like it might not be. Is where fear would even pop up at. Right? But when you start hating, is when you're blocked. Or you allow yourself to block yourself, whether knowingly or not, or nigga, acceptingly or not, because a lot of times we just go through the motions so as that we can gear up and charge up enough momentum as well as inspiration, going through whatever sorts of cycling back and forth from wherever areas, so as to just gain a bit more of a reference, so as to make a more informed as well as encouraging decision. Right? That has a bit of more significance to cipher through and filter through a lot of the commotion and confusion or confusing twisted elements involved. So that's another trap, right? Because like I said, lifetime is the whole situation. That's why they say sin introduced death. Right? And so it's not nothing to really have to try to believe or accept or have trust in what I'm telling you. Through faith in that whatever it is what it needs to be, then you see that sometimes some things ain't even yet. And even if you can see it in order to explain it in knowledgeable terms, nigga, that are provable and confirmable, right? You feel it. Right next to whatever belief or hope is cut. You feel it in your bones, in your soul, which is your heart, which is your will to do something about it to begin with that faith in all things are as they should be. But sometimes things are, right? What they seem to you, or to a lot of people that agree. Right? But that don't change the fact that that it could only be part of what actually completely is in fuller reality. Yes, which has to do with more than just our lifetime. Is sort of what to navigate, sort of what it is to direct your energy in balance, trustingly, right? Hopefully, as well as faithfully. Yes, don't hope, doubting, right? That's believe. I believe it could be, but I know it, so that's really trust. So, the term is thrown around. Niggas got strong beliefs, but do you really trust? Because trust is something that you can sense, right? Even if you want to trust someone, you want to be able to trust someone because, of course, you have to trust them. You're subjected to needing to rely on being able to trust these people. And so you want to be able to trust them. You know if you really can trust them. Or if you should trust them. Rather not, if it is, you have anything you can do about having to trust them. Which is always something to do about having to trust them. And it has to do with what it is that you do with your energy specific to you. Always. That's the first step. And the last step. And every step in between. You know what I'm saying? You're going to find people that's going to walk with you. Even walk for you sometimes. Right? And you want to be able to be in your walking with yourself and for yourself, be walking for those, of course, who you can trust and do trust you. But that's automatically going to happen. And that's the thing about love. Hate and instigation, though, is that frustration. It's that willpower as well as passion and desire, wanting to begin with something that, of course, that you ain't claiming, right? Because we feel like just because we want it or we know what we want, and we're claiming it. We know it takes an extra step to claim it, and that in itself has to do with discernment as well as trust and belief and hope that you should want it if you want it, right? And you have to be wrong or right in actually, officially, what I'm saying, deciding to choose what it is that you feel like you might want, or might even know through experience that you definitely want, right? If it's not the same thing, that means it's something in the proximity nature to what it is that you are familiar with and satisfied with. Otherwise, you just be good on what it is you've always fucking decided. But if you want to mix it up and include whoever else or wherever else, but if you want to mix it up and include whoever else or wherever else, you're going to be taking a risk. A lot of people want to feel like, since they're taking a risk, then it's whoever else's fault that they didn't involve. Even before it's all even been able to be aligned, as well as return back to the fuller, actual meaning of it, as opposed to the reason for it. Right? They would be mad at you that they would even think to want to. Right? They hate it all the way through. This is just how it is. This is how we're done. Right? It's the frustration from having to doubt. Right? Being forced to doubt before you even knowing the difference between doubt and faith. Doubt and trust. Fear and love. And it's hella heavy. Like I said, we fall into this tree of knowledge, right? Of good and bad, right? Which is actually on the tree of life. The tree of knowledge. However, the tree of life is a triangle. Okay? So once it is, of course, and a lot of motherfucking Hebrews don't even know this, This here is what's called alchemy, nigga, what I'm telling you. Nigga. Which have to do with where the tree of life actually originated from before it became whatever type of symbolic looking backwards stuff. Right? They come from the same wisdom. Vijay slash Aruni law, yes. Slash thought, yes. The thrice wise, yes. Where you get all the Hermetic principles, right? Having to do with law, the whole law system. That's what that's also what love is. Law. Right there. Below. Once wisdom transformed from wisdom into, or from love into wisdom, then where love would be is in a different place. Now on this other second tree. And what it is, of course, how you gonna reason about it and with it, or around it, as opposed to the true meaning of it, which has to do with power, real power, which is what? Sovereignty. Going back into that faith, going back into that idea, going back into the association with anything. Yes, if it's not powerful, then what exactly is it? Right? That's the point. And that's the whole kind of like argument, generally speaking. Right? If you can't do nothing with it, then what are you doing? What are you doing with it? If you can't do anything with it, what are you doing with it if you can't do nothing with it? A lot of times, like I said, we just circulate it through the motions. Let it become more of what would be more, I guess, comfortable to make whatever else. Because, of course, there's been time involved as well as energy invested. You know, that's dangerous. Because that you can approach, that you actually can encounter, that you can develop, as well as build and explore, nigga. Through that, of course, invested energy into what is specific to you. Because that's always going to guide you back to where it is best for you to be at, as well as operate from. But it's difficult in today's society. And I'm not naive in realizing these things. But you have to decide what it is that you stand for. You have to decide what it is that's going to be real enough, to be powerful enough to actually make a real difference. You can stop at believing whatever, trusting in this, but that's just to get through whatever exchanges in the meantime. But aside from that, there's nothing that you can not know. Now, there's questions that come up that don't originate with you, that you have to take other routes so as to explain exteriorly, yes. But whatever question you have within yourself, ain't nothing but, nigga, time that will stop you, okay, from finding out. Even another question somebody else might pose to you, right? Whatever that's involved in, nigga, they gotta accept that as believable or reasonable enough, or not. What is the function of y'all even discussing it or even considering it? You know what I'm saying? Congruently or between each other, or whoever else might know about it even happening. What is the function of it? Right? Is it to bring you closer back to what it is you decided for your own personal self? Hopefully. Anytime you talk to me, nigga, that's what's gonna be happening for you. You lying or not? Like I said, I'm gonna ask you why you asked me. And if you can't even tell me that, and have that be the truth, then look, we gonna know exactly where to pick up from. When you wanna stop fronting, cuz. Right? What did you think of to ask yourself? That's going to guide you to actually why, what the reason in it, and what the real meaning of it is in it. Right? Where the inspiration for that comes from. Yes? And the true purpose as well as the function of it will always be revealed as well as discovered and developed through your continued accentuation as well as actualizing of all the components and elements involved and related. Why would you not do that and allow that to immerse more and more of your time? Because of fear, because of the fear construct that is this world. That's not a reason. Even though we might be reasoning that way, that's not the best reason. That's definitely not the reason. That's not best formula. I mean, but it could have something to do. We are able to let that have something to do with what it is that we end up choosing instead of whatever else. Because of course it takes clarity, it takes sincerity, it takes faith as well as mental fortitude to even sift through all of the different bullshit, basically, coming from many directions. Because people are convinced that you have whatever sort of motive out of whatever sorts of complex that has arrived, as well as been fed, that is this hate monster, right? Most of this, anytime you hate anything, it's going to start with self-hate. That's like anything that you will be loving would have to start with self-love. Otherwise, it's actually not even love. It's actually hate. You hating on another nigga. If you're not loving yourself, if you can't love yourself, how you gonna love somebody else? The same way that the only way you could hate anyone else is through hating yourself. But it's shared, just like love would be shared. But if we're not loving ourselves completely, if we don't have a formula, a diagram, a program, right? A system structured blueprint to loving ourselves, then all that can inevitably end up happening in enough ways, more than not, is that we will end up hating others. And firstly, because of course the self-love is not complete, we end up hating ourselves more than we love ourselves. And that's going to bleed out into hating other people. Sometimes the hate from other people that was learned before we even considered proper way to love ourselves can counter-react, right? Loving ourselves is whatever type of hate we've not allowed to be involved in exchange, as well as energy, which of course would be seeded as well as linked back to, of course, self-hate, which is standard, aside from whatever type of self-loving that you ended up changing it into, or replacing it with, or correcting it with. Yes, you might already have like a way that you operate, you know what I mean, a sort of forte or signature to how it is that you interact. You know what I'm saying? Having to do with prejudice, having to do with stigmatizing, having to do with stereotyping, having to do with social whatever. You know what I'm saying? All that extra shit. So that's also speaking even further to the importance of figuring the fuck out what it is that you want for you. It ain't got shit to do with nobody else. It can't. Otherwise, you're liable, right? To it being subjected to whatever sorts of other area that you can't, of course, change or control. You might be able to, having to do with enough when it has to come to when it deals with someone else, but that's still at the deficit of that within yourself. Always. And anybody know that. That's the exchange they're, you know what I'm saying, they're making. Even when it is successful, when it can suffice enough for it to protect you from having to be exposed in this hateful ass world. Look, like I said, I get it. Trust me. I've been there, done that. But I had to say to myself, nigga, it's either working or it's not. And it can work enough, or it can work, or it can be infallible. You know what I'm saying? Like a master plan. You know what I'm saying? There is a master plan. And it has to do with directing and devoting your energy in a sacred structure You may be able to accept whatever initially, but you have to continue. And you have to, like I said, achieve and accomplish, as well as define and redefine those principles, those statutes, those codes of ethics, those reasons and meanings, those keys, those aspects of operation, those attitudes as well as habits based on this sacred structure, yes, that you're devoting and directing energy into. Everybody got a philosophy, yeah? Was the whole part about the love of wisdom, whether it's got a label on it or some sort of degree that you can earn in regards to the industry genre or genre industry, or if it's secularly categorized or technical, right? Or if it's raw and organic and secret and private between you and yours, or it comes down generationally, or it's cultural, you know what I'm saying? Or social, or both. It's still a philosophy. Right? Well, because why? Because it has to do with the way a person sees something, the way they can see something, and the way that they should see something. Based on whatever sorts of codes, whatever sorts of different ideas, as well as, you know, standards to follow. You know what I'm saying? Literal proverbs and profound realizations, right? That are preserved so as to perpetuate the process, right? The positive process of benefit as well as gain from your involvement with, as well as devotion to and sacrifice for and offering up with to this particular nigga following. You know, most of us are deep into different levels of this concept of what I'm presenting to you. Right? It's called schools of thought, is what it's called. Right? I.e. ideologies, yes? You know what I'm saying? Nigga, hip-hop, nigga, is a philosophy, nigga. Any sorts of secular, nigga, religions is a philosophy. Okay? Technically speaking, right? But it is only through your, of course, nigga, certifying of the importance that it has to you that you can even start to appreciate the difference, if there is any. But ain't no place for hate in that. Because you got hate, and then you got rage.
Good Sunday morning. President Trump is standing by his national security team as the fallout intensifies after top officials mistakenly shared attack plans for U.S. military strikes in Yemen on the Signal messaging app with a journalist. In an exclusive phone interview on Saturday, the president told me, quote, "I don't fire people because of fake news and because of witch hunts." Mr. Trump said he still has confidence in Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. Just hours ago, President Trump called me to tell me he is, quote, pissed off with Russia's President Putin and threatened to impose secondary tariffs on Russia's oil. Quote, "If Russia and I are unable to make a deal on stopping the bloodshed in Ukraine, and if I think it was Russia's fault, which it might not be, but if I think it was Russia's fault, I am going to put secondary tariffs on all oil coming out of Russia."
I've been wanting to do a video talking about anger, and this comment on my post about abandonment wounds and trauma is the perfect opportunity to do that. So, anger is two things. For many people, anger is just an easily accessible emotion that protects them from experiencing the vulnerability of other emotions. So anger can be a cover for grief. It can be a cover for sadness or loneliness. It could be a cover for fear. It could be associated with frustration. And so anger is often like a shield, right? Or a cover that keeps us from feeling vulnerable. Could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. I don't know. Context is the factor here. Secondly, anger, when it is not a cover for another feeling, it is a sign that our territory has been encroached upon. And there are three primary ways that this happens. First is really straightforward. It's our physical territory. When someone is encroaching upon our physical territory without consent, anger is a pretty logical and natural reaction. It's a way to reassert our physical space and boundaries, okay? Secondly is anger is a sign that our emotional territory has been encroached upon. So our emotional territory is our right to feel however we feel, regardless of the other person's intentions. This does not necessarily mean that we are entitled to act on our feelings in any way, because then we have to deal with the consequences of how that might encroach on somebody else's territory, right? But anger is definitely a sign that our emotional territory has been encroached upon. And this can look like somebody telling us how to feel. It can look like someone trying to manipulate or coerce us out of our feelings and into feeling another way that we don't feel, right, without consent. This can also look like, someone telling us that we should not feel a certain way. So they're using shame to try to make us concede our emotional ground. And so anger is a feeling that we can feel in these situations. And again, it's a sign: protect your emotional territory, stand your emotional ground. Don't concede your emotional ground. Protect yourself emotionally, okay? Then the third one, this one's a little bit tricky. This is the one I call our psychic or mental territory being encroached upon. And this happens when other people try to tell us how to think or what to believe. This happens when someone tries to convince us that the sense that we've made, the interpretation that we have of an experience or sequence of events is wrong, and we should believe what they're telling us, right? So again, this is a sign that we need to protect our psychic territory. Don't let other people tell you what to think. Now, this doesn't mean that my feelings are right, that what I believe is right, in terms of, emotional territory or psychic territory. All it means is that I'm having this emotional reaction, and the first thing I need to do is protect myself. Ideally, without harming the other person involved, but I definitely need to protect myself. So, Nita, I'm not a love and light person. Like, let me just say that up front. I'm not one of them love and light woo-woo people that are like, oh, you have to forgive. Oh, you need to be at peace. No, that's not how I move. So I'm not going to give you that advice, even though you didn't ask for advice, but I'm going to give my 2 cents here anyway. This anger is telling you that you need to be protected. And I would really sit with that. I would really sit with the ways that you feel vulnerable. You feel like maybe you left yourself unprotected by opening yourself up emotionally. And that is definitely a risk we take when we love, you know? You don't necessarily need to find compassion if it's at the cost of your emotional well-being. And I'm gonna leave that there.
Mr. Trump said 25% tariffs on Russian oil could happen any moment and told me he plans to speak with President Putin this week. The president told me, quote, I was very angry, pissed off when Putin started getting into Zelensky's credibility and started talking about new leadership in Ukraine. On Iran, the president said he's also considering secondary tariffs if Iran doesn't agree to a nuclear deal. Quote, if they don't make a deal, there will be bombing, and it will be bombing the likes of which they have never seen before. After markets tumbled on Friday and with consumer confidence falling, the president also told me he's not backing down on his tariff plans. And on his vow to annex Greenland, the president saying, quote, I never take military force off the table, but I think there's a good possibility that we could do it without military force. The White House is still on defense this weekend after the Atlantic editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg says he was added to that signal conversation by Mr. Trump's national security advisor, Mike Waltz, where details of the plans for an attack on the Houthis in Yemen were shared with him in real time. The chat included the vice president, the defense secretary, the secretary of state, the CIA director, and the director of national intelligence. The explanations for what happened and how serious of a security breach it was have been evolving.
How do you feel about being called crazy? Where do you believe that narrative came from?
From me doing crazy shit?
It's been a long time coming. Fresh new tires, I'm still running. It's a few things I'm overcoming. But the check's still clear, still think about it every night and day to try to stay away to keep my heart here tough. Don't take this disrespect, I'm sitting here trying to redirect.
Why Japan? Why is Ye always in Japan? What makes Japan so special to you?
You know, I love the temples. I love how people are with you. You know, they're just really respectful.
Yeah.
And my wife said that in past lives I was a king. I was an emperor out here.
You know, I see you doing a lot out here. How do you prioritize your passions?
You know, I just put my kids first. You know, all the ideas, and then I get real selfish. Then I go to me. You know, and then I think about the impact it's gonna have on, you know, this lifetime.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're like, you can't tell me. So, but the hard thing I say, like, shout out to Don C. He's been in situations where it was so hard on him because he loves me.
Yeah.
And like, it's so difficult for them because this is like a grown man. And you can't tell him. You can't take control of his bank account. You can't control what I'm saying on Twitter, but a lot of what was sending me into the episodes, and it's hard. My dad, a bunch of people said, you know, you can't leave Adidas. Why would you leave all that money? The constant feeling of not being in control spun me out of control.
You up against the fashion world, still people try to come up and say, oh, you don't know control. I'm like, none of you niggas out there. Let me tell you, all you fashion niggas, none of y'all, I don't see none of y'all shit on the street. I don't see y'all niggas can't fuck with Yeezy. None of you niggas could fuck with Yeezy. It's Yeezy over everything.
And as far as all these rappers go, Dylon. Yay. That's it. Top 5, top 100, top 1,000, top million. Nobody did. I told you 36 ghosts. I got another 36 ghosts to go. Nobody. Y'all can play around. Don't step over the line though. Everybody, anybody is up for everybody. And that's not, I got bigger fish to fry. I got people to save. I ain't even on a rap shit. I already beat the rap shit. I already beat the money shit. I already beat the baddest bitch shit. I already beat the drip. So I'm not even competition. I'm not even competition with Lucien. We competition with the French bake that own 85% of Africa. How about that? While we fighting amongst each other. We in competition with Spotify, get niggas 500 million, said work it out amongst yourselves. Y'all ain't got shit on me. Y'all ran my name through the mud. Y'all took all that position. You gave the other niggas my position coach. Ain't nobody king over me. Every summer there's no king. I'm the king because I'm the only one against y'all. I'm the only one that's gonna go against y'all. Easy over everything.
To get out of your episode, a lot of people like medication. Do you take medication? Does it work for you? What gets you out of
I haven't
your
taken
episode?
the medication since I found out that it wasn't bipolar. That wasn't the right diagnosis. That I found out it was like autism. So
how do you feel it working, or do you just take it just to make your wife happy because she says you should take it? Like, do you believe in the medication?
It's finding stuff that doesn't block the creativity. Obviously, that's what I bring to the world. You know, it's worth a ramp up.
Yeah.
As long as y'all get the creativity, like, you know, it's like this thing I always play on from Donda where I say, well, you know, wild and screaming, and I say, play off the grid.
Yeah, oh, I love that. Now play off the grid.
No fucking chuckling and nothing, no kind of way.
All right, play off the grid.
We off the grid, this for my kid.
That's him, like, Brick Rubens was sitting there. That's how me and Mike Dean really fell out, because I was like screaming. I was like, man, I'm a grown ass man. You screaming at me, even though I didn't know that I was really, I didn't understand that that's what I was doing.
Yeah.
I'm sure everybody out there has had a contact where it was said one person and then a different phone number.
But you've never talked to him before, so how's the number on your phone? I mean, I'm not an expert in any of this, but it's just curious. How's the number on your phone?
Well, if you have somebody else's contact and then then somehow it gets
someone
sucked
sent
in,
you that
it gets
contact.
sucked in.
Nobody was texting war plans, and that's all I have to say about that.
Intelligence officials defended the sensitive nature of the content, denying it was classified.
My communications, to be clear, in a signal message group were entirely permissible and lawful and did not include classified information.
There was no classified material that was shared.
Was there any mention of a target in Yemen?